Before the darkness takes over, let's make a pact. Seal our agreement with a like and subscribe to summon the next nightmare. I have silenced the world for you. No interruptions after minute 15. Just you, the rain, and the story. In return, leave a sign of life. Tell me where you are watching from and what time it is in your world. Lock the door and let's begin. Pen 12 was supposed to be empty. I checked the manifest twice before starting rounds. The clipboard felt heavier than usual in my cold hands. Or maybe that was just the way the night pressed down on everything out here. 10:47. My boots echoed against concrete as I approached the pen, flashlight cutting through the dark. But something stood in the center. A cow. Brown and white patches, completely still, just staring at me. I stopped. The air tasted wrong. Colder here than the other pens, and that didn't make sense. The facility's heating was uniform. I'd worked here 3 years. I knew every sound, every smell, every degree of temperature by heart. The cow didn't move, didn't shift weight or flick its tail. Its eyes caught my flashlight beam and reflected nothing. I glanced down at the manifest again. Pen 12, empty. Scheduled cleaning tomorrow morning. No livestock assigned. So what the hell was I looking at? My breath came out in small clouds as I climbed over the gate. The metal was ice under my palm. Can you imagine that silence? Not even the usual shuffle of hooves from neighboring pens. Just my heartbeat and boots scraping concrete. I got close enough to see the ear tag. The number stopped me cold. LEO 4379, my employee ID number. The cow blinked. Once. Slow and deliberate. That's when the smell hit me. Metallic, thick. Like copper pennies left in a closed fist too long, like the taste of blood before it reaches your tongue. I'd smelled it before, somewhere, but my mind wouldn't place it. The cow's mouth didn't move, but somewhere behind its eyes, I saw recognition. And that's when I realized it was looking at me the way you'd look at a replacement. I thumbed the radio. Frank, I need you to check something. Static crackled. Then his voice, bored and tinny. What's up, Leo? Pen 12. The manifest says empty, but there's a cow here. I stared at the animal. It hadn't moved. Hadn't blinked, just watched. Hold on. Keys clicking in the background. System shows pen 12's been empty since Monday. No livestock assigned. No tag registered. My throat tightened. Frank, I'm looking right at it. You sure you're at 12? The number was painted on the gate, bold, white, 12. Yeah, I'm sure, he sighed. Take a picture, send it through. Good, yes, evidence. I pulled out my phone, hands steadier than they should have been. The camera focused. The cow filled the frame, that metallic smell still thick in the cold air. I snapped the photo. The screen showed bare concrete. I blinked, lowered the phone. The cow stood 3 feet away, massive and silent. Raised the phone again, empty pen, just gray floor and shadows. Leo, Frank's voice broke through the static. You send it. Yeah, it's, my voice felt distant. Have you ever doubted your own eyes? Wondered if your mind was betraying you? I clipped the radio, took a step forward. The cow didn't move, didn't react. I reached out slowly, my fingertips trembling as they met the hide. Cold, not cool, not damp from night air, cold as freezer meat, as something dead for days. I jerked my hand back, but the cold clung to my fingers, spreading up my wrist like frostbite. The cow's ear tag swayed slightly, my employee number catching the dim overhead light. And then, oh God, then its jaw moved. The jaw moved, and my voice came out. Not a moo, not animal sound, my voice. The same flat Midwest tone I'd heard on voicemails, the one Cheryl said always sounded tired. I've been standing here since March. I stumbled backward. My boot caught the pen rail. The cold metal bit through my jeans, but I barely felt it. The cow's mouth didn't sync with the words. They just emanated from its throat, from the air between us. I collapsed during rounds, it continued, each syllable slow and deliberate. Stroke, right here, right where you're standing now. My hand was still numb from touching its hide. I shoved it into my jacket pocket, squeezed my fingers into a fist. The warmth wouldn't return. 3 days before they found me. Have you ever heard your own voice say something you didn't speak? It's not like hearing a recording. That's just embarrassing, hearing how you really sound. This was violation. Someone wearing my vocal cords like a costume. I shook my head. No, this was. What? Exhaustion. Carbon monoxide from the truck. I'd skipped dinner. Low blood sugar. Something rational. Something fixable. But that metallic smell thickened in my nostrils. Copper and rot. The scent memory of the meat locker when the generator died last July. You're not real, I whispered. The cow blinked. Once, slowly, its massive head tilted, almost sympathetic. My radio crackled to life. Frank's voice cut through the static. Leo, you copy, finishing my rounds in the east wing. Heading your way, I grabbed the radio. Frank, stay on the line, I need. But the transmission ended. Just dead air and the hiss of an open channel. Footsteps. Heavy boots on concrete. The familiar rhythm of Frank's Bowligate gate echoing from the corridor. Relief flooded my chest. Frank. Solid, practical Frank who'd worked here 20 years. He'd see this. Confirm I wasn't losing my mind. We'd call animal control, figure out how something this size got in, laugh about it next week over coffee. The footsteps grew louder. I turned toward the corridor entrance. Frank, over here, pen 12. You gotta see, Frank appeared under the overhead light. 58 years old, thermos in one hand, clipboard tucked under his arm. His breath fogged in the cold air. He walked right past me, not around me, past me. His eyes swept the pen, landed on the empty space where I stood, and continued moving. No recognition, no pause. Frank, I shouted. My voice bounced off the concrete walls. He kept walking, boots scuffing, humming something under his breath. Some old country song he always hummed. I lunged forward, reached for his shoulder. My hand passed through empty air. He was already 10 feet away, turning the corner toward the south pens. The radio crackled again. Frank's voice. East wing clear, pen 12 clear, moving to loading docks. I stood there, radio hanging from my belt. My breath should have been fogging like his. It wasn't. I raised my hand to my mouth, exhaled hard, watched for the white vapor. Nothing. The cow watched me with patient, knowing eyes. And when it spoke again in my stolen voice, I finally understood why the air had grown so cold. The cow spoke again in my voice. Check your pulse. I pressed 2 fingers against my left wrist, pushed harder. The skin felt room temperature, no colder, like touching raw chicken from the back of the fridge. I shifted my grip, searching for the familiar throb beneath the surface. Nothing. I tried my neck, pressed until my fingertips ached or should have ached. The pressure registered as information, not sensation, like watching someone else get touched through a screen. No pulse, no heartbeat. I stood there in pen 12, fingers jammed against my carotid artery, and felt absolutely nothing moving inside me. Have you ever tried to find your own heartbeat and failed? The panic that floods through you, except I felt no flood. No adrenaline spike, just silence. The absence where my body's rhythm should have been. I exhaled hard, watching for fog. The cold air stayed clear. My chest rose and fell, habit, muscle memory, but nothing came out. I was breathing the way you move your legs in a dream, the motion without the function. Cheryl kissed me goodbye at 8:45. I remembered the warmth of her lips, the coffee smell on her breath. She'd adjusted my collar, her fingertips brushing my neck. Had she noticed then? Had my skin already felt wrong to her touch? I looked down at my left hand. My wedding ring hung loose on my finger, too loose. I'd worn that band for 19 years, snug enough to leave an indent. Now it twisted freely, the gold dull under the fluorescent lights. I pulled it off. It slid away with no resistance, and underneath, my finger showed no tan line at all. But the skin beneath looked thin, translucent. I could see the shape of bone through it like wax paper wrapped around wire. I stared at the bone beneath my skin, translucent as wax paper. Russell Payne. The cow's voice, my voice, broke through my paralysis. I looked up. Its dark eyes held something I recognized now. Resignation. That was my name, it said. Before pen 12. The metallic smell thickened. My stomach turned, though I couldn't feel hunger anymore. Couldn't feel much of anything except the cold radiating from the concrete beneath my boots. You had the stroke 20 minutes ago. The cow didn't blink. 10:47 p.m., right behind me, where you're standing. I stepped back. The concrete felt wrong under my feet. Too solid. Too real for someone who wasn't breathing. You're on the ground in pen 12 right now. The cow's jaw moved with my cadence, my Nebraska drawl. I'm watching you die. No, your phone's 3 feet from your hand. You tried to reach it. Couldn't. The air pressure changed. Or maybe I just finally noticed the silence, how the usual hum of the facility had vanished. How isolated pen 12 really was. Can you imagine standing in a place where sound just stops? Tomorrow at dawn I'll be free. The cow shifted its weight. Hooves scraped concrete. You'll replace me. The words didn't make sense, couldn't make sense. That's not, my voice cracked. I'm standing here, I'm talking to you. For now, run. Every instinct screamed it. I turned, boots pounding concrete. The exit corridor stretched ahead, fluorescent lights buzzing, the first sound I'd heard in minutes. My legs moved but felt distant, like borrowed limbs. Behind me, that metallic smell grew stronger. And ahead, oh God, ahead the corridor was turning back. The corridor opened back to pen 12. I stopped, gasped. My legs buckled beneath me, but I didn't fall. I just stood there swaying. The metallic smell wrapped around my throat like a fist. There, on the concrete, me. I was lying on my side, one arm stretched out, fingers curled toward nothing. My eyes were open, staring at the wall. My mouth hung slack, a thin line of drool connecting my cheek to the floor. The phone lay 3 feet away, screen still glowing. 10:51 p.m. 4 minutes. 4 minutes since I'd found the cow. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. No, wait, I wasn't breathing anyway. Was I? My chest didn't rise. Didn't fall, just still. Boots echoed down the corridor. Frank. I spun toward the sound, relief flooding through me. Frank would see. Frank would call someone. Frank would. He walked right past. His flashlight beam swept across the pen, across my body, across my open eyes. He didn't pause, didn't slow. The boots kept their steady rhythm, fading toward the loading dock. Frank, I screamed. Frank, I'm right here. The sound that came out. Oh God. Oh God, it wasn't my voice. It was low, guttural. A drawn-out moo that vibrated in my chest and rattled my teeth. I pressed my hands to my throat, choking on the sound. My hands. I stared down at them. The fingers were thinner, longer. The wedding ring hung loose on my fourth finger, slipping toward the knuckle. The skin looked waxy, pale, like it was already starting to forget what human flesh should look like. What would you do if your body started erasing you piece by piece, and you were still aware enough to watch it happen? I ran. My boots hammered concrete, echoing off metal gates and empty pens. The exit corridor stretched ahead. 50 feet, 40, 30. Cold air bit my face. I could smell diesel from the parking lot, rain on asphalt. Freedom. Just through that door. I hit the push bar hard. The door swung open, and I stumbled back into pen 12. Concrete walls, the metallic stench. Russell standing center, watching me with those flat cow eyes. The corridor behind me led, backward, to where I just come from. No, I spun and ran again. Same hallway, same distance. I counted my steps this time, 53. The door opened onto pen 12. Russell hadn't moved. My corpse still lay 3 feet from the gate, phone screen dark now. Third time, fourth. The hallway never changed. My legs ached. Or did they? Could I even feel pain anymore? What would you do? Keep running. Keep hoping the next door would be different. I grabbed a metal bucket from pen 14, hurled it at the office window. Glass exploded outward in a glittering spray. Sharp edges jutted from the frame like teeth. I punched through them, felt pressure, but no pain, no warmth spreading down my wrist. I pulled my hand back and stared at the pale skin. Clean, uncut, nothing. 7 months I tried. Russell's voice, my voice, drifted from pen 12. He stood at the gate now, massive head lowered. Every window, every door, every wall. He exhaled, breath steaming in the cold. You can't leave until replacement comes. The word hung there, replacement. And somewhere beyond these walls, someone was filling out an application. Someone who didn't know pen 12 was waiting. Replacement. That word cracked something open in my skull. March, cold morning. The memory surfaced like a body rising from deep water. I'd been the one to find him. Russell Payne, I remembered now. Day shift supervisor called me at 6 in the morning, 3 hours past end of watch. Russell never clocked out. Didn't answer his phone. I drove back in dawn light, keys jangling against my hip. Pen 12 gate was locked from the outside. I'd opened it myself. The padlock was cold. So cold my fingers stuck to the metal. The smell hit me before I saw him. Metallic, sharp, like sucking on a penny while standing in a freezer. Russell lay center pen, face down, one arm stretched toward his phone 3 feet away. The concrete around him was darker, not blood, just wrong. His night shift jacket was twisted halfway up his back like he'd been crawling. Can you imagine finding that, your coworker? 3 days rotting in an empty pen nobody checks except during auctions. I'd called 911, waited by the gate, didn't go closer, couldn't. The smell wrapped around my throat like hands. They said stroke, instantaneous. Poor bastard probably didn't suffer, but I knew. Oh God, I knew now. Russell had been standing there the whole time, watching me discover his corpse, watching the EMTS bag him, watching Frank update the schedule with position vacant. That metallic smell clung to my uniform for days. I pressed my wrist against my nose now, breathed deep. There it was, copper, decay. The scent of meat left too long in a locked pen. I smelled like death, because I was death, and 5 a.m. was only hours away. The clock above the office door read 4:53 a.m. Russell stood in the center of pen 12, but something about him looked thinner, like fog burning off in morning sun. His edges wavered. When he shifted his weight, I could see through his shoulder to the concrete wall behind. My hands trembled. No, not trembled, something else. The fingers felt swollen, the knuckles stiff and wrong. I flexed them and heard a sound like wet leather stretching. "It's starting," Russell said. His voice came from far away now, an echo down a long tunnel. I looked down at my body. My uniform shirt stretched tight across my chest. Too tight. The fabric strained at seams that had fit perfectly 8 hours ago. My spine ached with a deep, grinding pressure, as though something was compressing each vertebra, forcing them to bend in directions they were never meant to go. Can you imagine feeling your own skeleton betray you? I dropped to my knees in the dirt outside pen 12. The impact should have hurt. It didn't. My kneecaps met the ground with a dull, distant thud. I pressed my palms flat against the cold earth and tried to breathe, tried to remember what breathing felt like. "Write it," I gasped, to myself, to anyone. Write a warning, my boot. I could drag it through the dirt, leave a message for whoever came next. I scraped my heel in long, deliberate lines. DANG, each letter took forever. My leg felt heavier with every stroke, the ankle joint grinding like rusted hinges. ER. The dirt was loose and dark, the letters clear against the pale concrete edge. There, 7 letters, 1 word. I stared at them for 3 seconds. The dirt shifted, smoothed itself, like invisible hands brushing it flat. The letters faded, no, not faded, erased, pulled back into the earth as though they'd never existed. "I tried that too," Russell said. His voice was barely a whisper now. 17 different ways. It won't let you warn them. My spine bent further. I felt my ribcage expanding, the bones spreading outward. My shirt tore along the back seam with a soft, ripping sound that seemed obscenely loud in the pre-dawn silence. Think about the last time your body felt like your own. Hold that memory. Because mine was slipping away and I couldn't, the side door clanged open. Boots on concrete. Heavy, familiar rhythm. Frank's walk. I'd heard it 1,000 times during shift changes. "Leo," his voice carried across the empty pens. "You still here, buddy?" I tried to stand. My legs wouldn't straighten. The knees bent backward now, just slightly, just enough to make standing upright impossible. I crawled toward the sound of his footsteps, my hands scraping against the concrete. "Frank!" I tried to shout. My throat produced a low, guttural sound. Not words. Not human. His boots passed 10 feet away. I could see him through the gaps in the pen rails, coffee thermos in one hand, clipboard in the other. His eyes swept across pen 12. Across my body, the one still lying on the floor where I'd collapsed 7 hours ago. He didn't stop walking. "Leo," he called again, louder now, annoyed. "Your truck's still out front." He pulled his phone from his belt, pressed it to his ear, and 3 feet from my dead hand, my phone began to ring. The concrete is cold beneath my hooves. I stand center of pen 12, exactly where Russell stood, where I found him 7 months ago. My body, this body, smells like copper and rot. The air tastes metallic. I can feel the yellow tag clipped to my ear, swinging slightly when I move my head. 10:47 p.m. Boots echo down the corridor. New rhythm, younger gait. I know this sound. The way I used to walk these pens before everything ended. Derek rounds the corner. He's 29, fresh hire. Frank mentioned him during orientation. I remember now, fragments of conversations before my stroke. He carries the same flashlight I used, wears the same navy jacket. He stops, stares. "What the hell?" I try to speak, try to force words through this throat. "Run, leave, don't stay until dawn." What comes out is a low, wet moo. Derek steps closer. His flashlight beam catches my ear tag. I watch his face change confusion to disbelief. He pulls out his phone, snaps a photo, checks the screen. Does he see me, or empty concrete? Pen 12 supposed to be. He scrolls through something, the manifest. Supposed to be empty. He backs away, exactly like I did. Same 3 steps, same angle. I am Russell now. The realization settles like ice water in my chest. I stood here watching Russell, and Russell stood here watching whoever came before him. The cycle doesn't break, it loops. Pen 12 always has a cow. Pen 12 is never empty. Derek's boots retreat down the corridor. I wait. In 7 months, he'll collapse during rounds. In 7 months, I'll watch him transform. In 7 months, I'll fade, and he'll take my place. The facility hums around me. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead. Somewhere, Frank is making coffee in the night office. I blink once. The concrete is cold beneath my hooves. I stand, I wait. The cycle holds. The cockpit door won't open. My shoulder slams against it. Once, twice. The latch is cold under my palm, but it doesn't budge. Outside the windshield, the propeller spins. A gray blur cutting the air with that low, churning roar you feel in your teeth. The plane is moving. Concrete slides beneath the wheels. I didn't turn the key. I didn't touch anything. But the Cessna taxis forward like something's dragging it, smooth and inevitable, toward the sealed hangar door at the far end. The radio crackles. Cessna November 7734, cleared for takeoff. The voice is calm, professional, but there's something wrong with the cadence, like someone reading lines they've memorized but never understood. I yank the yoke back. Nothing. The throttle won't move. My hands are shaking now and I can smell it. That sharp bite of aviation fuel too strong like it's seeping through the vents. Can you imagine that? Trapped in a cockpit that's moving without you. Then I see him, standing on the hangar floor 30 feet ahead. A man in a security uniform. My uniform, same boots, same tired posture. He's watching the plane approach, watching me. And his face, oh God, it's my face. He doesn't move, doesn't flinch. Just stands there as the Cessna rolls toward him, propeller screaming now, and I'm shouting, but the sound dies in my throat because the hangar door. The massive steel door I've checked every night for months. It's gone. Just open sky, black and endless, and the plane keeps accelerating. But that's not where this started. 4 weeks earlier, none of this had started yet. My boots echoed across the hangar floor, steady, rhythmic, the same route I'd walked for 8 months. Chandler Regional at midnight was a graveyard for mothballed aircraft. Rows of them. Silent hulks under fluorescent lights that hummed like wasps trapped in glass. I checked my clipboard, tail numbers, registration dates, all accounted for, and then I saw it, Base 7. A Cessna I'd never logged before, single engine, white fuselage with a faded red stripe. The tail number caught the light, N-7734. I stopped, listened. The hangar was empty, it always was, but something felt wrong. The air smelled different. Not the usual dust and stale hydraulic fluid. This was sharper, metallic, like ozone before a storm. I approached slowly, touched the wing. Cold, real, solid metal beneath my palm. The landing gear sat flush on the concrete. No blocks, no chocks, as if someone had just parked it there. I radioed Alice Drucker, my supervisor. She answered on the 4th ring, voice thick with sleep. "There's a plane in Bay 7, I said. "Not in my log." "Cessna N-7734. Silence. Then a sigh. "Grant, we've talked about this. I'm looking at it right now. That registration crashed in 2017. Total loss." Her tone flattened. Professional, dismissive. "You need to take your medication." "Alice, I'm standing next to, documented in your report. We'll discuss this tomorrow." The line went dead. I turned back to the Cessna. My hand still rested on the wing. The metal was cold, but when I leaned closer to the engine cowling, I swear I felt warmth rising from beneath. I spent the next 48 hours searching. The laptop screen burned my eyes at 3 in the morning. I typed November 7734 into every aviation database I could access. The NTSB report loaded slow. Pixel by pixel, there it was. Cessna 172, registration N7734, total hull loss. August 9th, 2017. No survivors. The room smelled like stale coffee and sweat. I read the report 3 times. 4. Pilot error. Controlled flight into terrain. Aircraft destroyed on impact. But I'd touched that plane 6 hours ago. Cold rivets. Real rubber tires. The front door slammed. I flinched. "You're still up." Sarah stood in the bedroom doorway, her duffel bag already packed. She wasn't asking. "I need to figure this out." "You need help, Grant." Her voice cracked, not with anger but exhaustion. "You've been obsessing over a plane that doesn't exist." "It does exist. I've seen it. I've touched it, measured it. I know." She zipped the bag. The sound cut through me like a blade. "Alice was right. You're not. You're not okay." I wanted to explain, to make her understand. Instead, I watched her walk to the door. Sarah, she paused, didn't turn around. I can't watch you disappear again, she whispered. The door clicked shut. The apartment went silent except for the laptop's hum. I returned to the hangar records, personnel files, looking for anyone who might have seen what I'd seen. The previous night guard's folder sat thin in the cabinet, almost empty. Thomas Vega, employed 14 months, resigned abruptly last March. No exit interview, no forwarding address, just a single note in Alice's handwriting, refused to discuss reasons for departure. The ink smelled faintly of kerosene. I returned to the hangar at midnight. The Cessna waited in the same bay, silent under the fluorescent hum. I stood 10 feet away, flashlight trembling in my grip, and listened to my own breathing echo off concrete. The air smelled of dust and old hydraulic fluid. And something else, avgas, sharp and chemical, but the plane hadn't moved in days. I'd spent 7 years avoiding cockpits. After the 2017 incident, my trainee flight, my frozen hands on the yoke, the instructor screaming my name, I swore I'd never sit in one again. The guilt had carved a trench through my life deep enough to drown in. But this plane shouldn't exist. I approached slowly, boots scraping the floor too loud. The metal skin gleamed dull silver in my flashlight beam. I pressed my palm against the fuselage. Cold, then not. A faint warmth radiated through the aluminum like a body under a sheet. My hand jerked back. The cockpit door hung open. An invitation. What would you do? Walk away and let the mystery fester? Or climb inside and confront what shouldn't be real? I grabbed the door frame and pulled myself up. The seat leather creaked under my weight. The smell hit me immediately. Stale air, old vinyl, and beneath it something metallic. Copper. My chest tightened. The instrument panel stretched before me, gauges dark but intact. Then I saw the coordinates. They glowed faintly on the GPS unit already programmed. 33 degrees north, 111 west. I knew those numbers. Rural Arizona, middle of nowhere. The fuel gauge needle sat pinned at full. Impossible. Alice said this plane had been decommissioned. I reached forward and touched the engine cowling through the open window. Warm, not hot. Not cold. Warm, like it had been running an hour ago. My pulse hammered in my ears. I twisted in the seat, scanning the cockpit for, I don't know what, proof, explanation, anything. My flashlight beam swept across the co-pilot seat and stopped. A logbook, lying open, pages crisp and white. I lifted it with both hands, angling it toward the light. The handwriting was small, precise, slanted right. Dated entries filled the columns, departure times, destinations, flight hours. Standard pilot documentation. But the date at the top of the open page made my throat close. Tomorrow. Departure time, 6:47 a.m. Destination, nowhere final approach. I flipped back a page, another entry, same handwriting, same impossible future date, then another, and another, all my handwriting. The same cramped letters I'd used to fill out shift logs for 3 months. The same loop on the capital G in my signature, but I had never touched this book. I read the entry again, whispering the words aloud to make them real. Departure 6:47 a.m. Destination, nowhere final approach. My hand was shaking. The same tremor I'd seen in the crash report. The pilot's medical file had noted it, essential tremor, stress-induced. I clenched my fist, but the shaking wouldn't stop. The hangar lights flickered once, twice. I looked up through the windscreen at the vast empty space beyond. The other mothballed aircraft sat in neat rows, silent and dead. But N7734 hummed, not with sound, with presence, with warmth, with waiting. The logbook entry stared up at me, ink dark and fresh. 6:47 a.m., tomorrow. And I had no idea what would happen when that moment arrived. I stayed away for 22 hours. The logbook entries haunted me through my apartment walls, my shift at the gas station, the 3 cups of coffee I couldn't finish, my handwriting, tomorrow's date, 6:47 a.m. So I returned. The hangar swallowed me at midnight, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead like dying insects. N-7734 waited in the same position, propeller blades gleaming dull silver under the industrial glare. I checked my watch, 12:03 a.m., hours to go before the logbook's prophecy. I circled the Cessna twice, boots echoing on concrete. The fuselage still radiated warmth, unnatural, like skin holding fever. I pressed my palm flat against the metal. My hand came away smelling of aviation fuel and something else, burnt copper maybe, or old pennies left in rain. The cockpit door hung open, inviting. I climbed inside, settled into the pilot seat. The coordinates still glowed on the nav screen, numbers I didn't recognize. The logbook lay exactly where I'd left it, still open to tomorrow's entry. My signature at the bottom, neat and careful. I would wait. I would see what 6:47 brought. The minutes crawled. My breath fogged in the cold cockpit air. Outside, the hangar stretched empty and vast, rows of mothballed planes sleeping under tarps. What would you do? Sitting in a ghost chair, watching your own handwriting predict the future. At 6:47 exactly, the engine coughed to life. No key turned. No ignition sequence. The propeller spun, slow at first, then faster, a whirring roar that filled my skull. The instrument panel blazed with light. Radio static crackled, sharp and insistent. Oh, no, 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 no. I lunged for the door, jammed. I slammed my shoulder against it once, twice, and it gave way. I fell onto the concrete, scrambled backward on my palms. The Cessna hummed, alive and waiting. I ran, through the hangar, past silent aircraft, into the security office. I slammed the door, gasping, and grabbed the desk to steady myself. The clock on the wall read 12:03 a.m. I stared, checked my watch. Same time, exactly the same. 7 hours, gone, erased like they'd never existed. My shift log lay open on the desk. I flipped through the pages with trembling fingers. There, 6:47 a.m., my signature, my handwriting, neat check marks beside every patrol zone. I had walked my rounds. I had signed my name. I had been here for 7 hours I couldn't remember. And somewhere in the hangar, the Cessna's engine ticked as it cooled. Waiting for tomorrow night, when the logbook said I'd do it all again. I spent the next day hunting ghosts in databases. My apartment smelled like burnt coffee and panic. 3 monitors glowed blue on the kitchen counter. I'd called in sick. Alice didn't even sound surprised. And now I sat clicking through Federal Aviation records, fingers trembling on the mouse. The crash file loaded slowly. Cessna N7734, total loss. October 3rd, 2017, single fatality, but the pilot's name, redacted. Black bars covered every identifying field. Date of birth, redacted. License number, redacted. Next of kin, redacted. Even the autopsy findings were stripped clean, just a clinical note about blunt force trauma and a timestamp. What would you do? Keep digging or walk away before the hole swallows you? I kept digging. The archived news sites gave me more. Local coverage of the crash, grainy photos uploaded 8 years ago. I clicked the first thumbnail. The wreckage spread across desert hardpan, crumpled aluminum catching Arizona sun. Yellow tarps, a body bag zipped and waiting, and there, in the background, a figure, security uniform, dark blue, same cut as mine, standing beside a perimeter barricade, arms crossed. The photographer must have used a cheap camera because the face was blurred, motion smudged into obscurity. But the posture, oh God, the posture was mine, the way I stand when I'm cold. Left shoulder slightly higher, weight shifted to the right leg. I printed the photo with shaking hands, held it under my desk lamp, stared at the blurred face until my vision doubled. That uniform hadn't existed in 2017. Our company didn't contract Chandler Regional until 2019. So how had I been there, watching myself crash? I couldn't stay away. The photo burned behind my eyes for 2 days, but Thursday night I clocked in like always and walked straight to N7734. The hangar lights buzzed overhead, casting their sickly yellow glow across the concrete. My boots echoed in the emptiness. The Cessna sat where it always did, waiting. I climbed the wing step. The metal was cold under my palm, leaching warmth from my skin even through my glove. The cockpit door hung open. Inside, the logbook lay on the co-pilot seat, thicker than before. I grabbed it and the leather felt wrong, worn in places my hands had never touched. I flipped it open, page after page, my handwriting. Every single entry dated in the future. December 22nd, 0647. Departure. Destination, nowhere final approach. December 23rd, 0647. Departure. Destination, nowhere final approach. December 24th. December 25th. December 26th. The ink was fresh. I could smell it. That sharp chemical bite mixing with the stale air and old aviation fuel. My chest tightened. Each entry identical. Same time, same destination. Same loops of my own cursive that I hadn't written. Then I reached the last page. December 30th. 1 week from today. The entry was half finished, the pen stroke trailing off mid-word as if whoever wrote it, as if I had been interrupted. Would you keep reading? Knowing every page pulls you closer to something you can't escape. I turned back to the first future entry. My hand shook as I held the corner of the page, just a tremor, barely noticeable. I tried to steady it, but the shaking persisted. A fine vibration I couldn't control. I froze. The crash report. The redacted pilot file I'd found. There had been a medical note buried in the appendix. Progressive neurological tremor. Right hand. Onset unknown. I lifted my hand into the dim light. The tremor spread up my wrist, and that's when I understood I wasn't investigating the crash pilot. I was becoming him. I grabbed the crowbar from the maintenance locker and swung it against the fuselage. The impact jolted through my arms. No dent, not even a scratch. The metal hummed beneath the blow, a tuning fork struck underwater, vibrating at a frequency I felt in my teeth. I swung again. Again. The tremor in my right hand made my grip slip, but I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. The sound echoed through the hangar, sharp clangs that should have left gouges, fractures, something real. Nothing, the Cessna sat pristine, untouched. My breath came in ragged gasps, fogging in the cold air. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered once, twice, then steadied, and that's when I saw him. A figure in a security uniform walking between the mothballed aircraft. Same height, same gait. He moved through the shadows near the far wall, checking his flashlight beam across the tail numbers. Me. But younger, maybe 25. Hair darker, no tremor in his stride. I blinked. He was gone. The lights flickered again. Another figure appeared, closer this time, crossing the aisle near the office door. Older, graying at the temples, same uniform, same route. He didn't look up, didn't acknowledge the plane. Just walked his patrol, step by step, like I'd done 1,000 nights before, like I was doing now. Can you imagine watching yourself and realizing you're not the original? The hangar air tasted stale, recycled. How long had I been breathing the same breath? The fluorescent hum pressed into my skull, a tone I'd heard so many nights it had become silence. I turned. A third figure stood near the wing. My age. My face. Staring at the logbook in his hands, tremor visible even from here. The lights went out. When they stuttered back on, the hangar was empty. Just me. Just N7734. And the logbook lying open on the wing, pages fluttering though there was no breeze. I stepped closer and saw the next entry had appeared. My handwriting, today's date, but I was still holding the crowbar. The cockpit smells like aviation fuel and something older. Leather seat beneath me, cold glass under my palms. I blink, and the world slides into focus. Instruments glowing green, yoke vibrating in my grip. We're moving. The engine roars, not starting, already running. The propeller blurs outside, chewing through stale hangar air. Concrete rolls beneath the wheels, faster now, gaining momentum. I lunge for the door handle. Jammed. I slam my shoulder against it. Nothing, the metal doesn't even rattle. No. My breath fogs the windshield. I wipe it clear and freeze. He's standing on the hangar floor, me. Same uniform, same posture, arms at his sides. Watching, not moving, not shouting. Just watching as the plane taxis past him. His face is mine, but emptier. A photograph left too long in the sun. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that? Standing outside your own body, observing your panic with perfect stillness. The radio crackles to life. Cessna November 7734, you are cleared for takeoff. The voice is calm, professional. Wrong, I grab the mic. I didn't request clearance. I'm not. Cessna November 7734, maintain heading, cleared for departure. The plane accelerates. My hands aren't on the throttle. The yoke pulls forward on its own. Ahead, the sealed hangar door looms. Corrugated metal. No gap, no opening, but as we rush toward it, the door isn't there anymore, just sky, Endless, black, and the radio voice, I finally recognize it now. The cadence, the tremor buried under the calm, it's mine. But whose voice am I hearing it with? I grip the yoke. My hands lock around cold metal. The vibration travels up my forearms. Steady, rhythmic, alive. The engine roar swallows all thought. The Cessna accelerates toward where the hangar door should be, toward nothing but black sky and stars that shouldn't exist indoors. The navigation panel flashes. Coordinates appear in green phosphorescent light. Numbers I recognize instantly. 08-17-1983, my birth date, but inverted, backwards. The month and day switched, the year counting down instead of forward. The radio crackles. That voice again, my voice, speaks clearance protocols I've never learned. Every syllable matches the rhythm of my own breathing. I feel my lips move in time with the transmission, though I make no sound. Oh God, I am speaking, I am listening, both at once. The man on the tarmac, the one watching me with empty eyes, he isn't a doppelganger, he's the next loop. Or the last one, or all of them compressed into a single witness who never leaves. The coordinates invert again. Flash faster, my birth, my death. The crash date from 2017. Thomas Vega's resignation. Tonight, tomorrow. All the same moment folded into itself. The loop doesn't repeat. It tightens. The sky swallows the nose of the plane. Cold rushes through invisible seams in the cockpit. Air that tastes like jet fuel and concrete dust and something older. The hangar stretches behind me, already fading, already resetting. The propeller spins into stars that aren't stars. I see the empty floor below, but I'm also standing on it, staring up, waiting for my next shift to begin. I'll find the Cessna again. I'll report it. I'll climb inside. I have always been here. The darkness folds around the wings. The hangar is empty now. The logbook lies open on the metal desk. Tomorrow's date, my handwriting. Departure 6:47. Destination nowhere. Final approach, always. The photo shouldn't exist. But there it is, lying in the center of 8 pallets arranged in a perfect circle. The frame is the cheap black plastic one from my kitchen counter. The picture inside shows Kelly and Amy at the breakfast table, morning light through the yellow curtains, Amy holding up a crayon drawing. I took that photo yesterday, on my phone. It never left my phone. The concrete floor is ice cold through my boots. The warehouse stretches 200,000 square feet around me, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, casting everything in sickly white. Diesel fumes mix with cardboard dust, the smell I've breathed for 6 years. But tonight it smells wrong, metallic, like blood before you taste it. I crouch down, pick up the frame, still warm. My hands start shaking. I check my phone. The photo is there, right where it should be. Taken at 7:23 a.m. yesterday, never sent, never printed. I look at the frame again, at my wife's smile frozen behind scratched plastic, at my daughter's gap-toothed grin. Someone was in my house. Someone printed this. Someone has been here, but what I still didn't understand yet was that someone was me. Behind me, a forklift roars to life. The sound rips through the silence like a chainsaw. 2 tons of machinery, engines screaming, tires squealing against concrete. I spin around. Oh, the forklift barrels down the main aisle, 40 feet away. 30. The overhead cage rattles, forks lowered like tusks. And I see the driver. And no, it's me. Same warehouse jacket, same boots, same face, but the eyes are black, completely black, vacant, empty. The thing wearing my face doesn't blink, doesn't swerve, doesn't slow down. It drives straight toward me. And what happened in the next 3 seconds would determine if I ever left this warehouse alive. My mind raced back 3 weeks before the photograph, before the black-eyed thing wearing my face. The shift started like any other. 10 p.m. I clocked in at Midwest Logistics, my footsteps echoing across 200,000 square feet of concrete and darkness. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed their familiar hymn. I was alone, always alone on graveyard shift since Rick Salazar quit. I liked it that way. The first few hours passed in rhythm. Forklift, scan, stack, repeat. The smell of diesel and cardboard clung to my clothes, my skin, the back of my throat. Cold air leaked through the loading dock seams, winter pressing against metal walls. Around 4 a.m. I heard it, a forklift engine, running hard. The sound came from the far side of the warehouse, near the damaged goods section where the lights barely reached. The beeping, that reverse warning beep, echoing between the aisles, but I was the only one here. I set down my scanner, listened. The engine roared, then idled, then roared again. Someone was operating a machine in my building. I grabbed my flashlight and started walking. My boots scraped concrete. Each aisle I passed, the beam cut through towers of pallets stacked 15 feet high. Shadows danced. The forklift sound grew louder, closer, then suddenly stopped. Complete silence. I walked faster, checked every machine in the fleet. 12 forklifts, all parked in their charging stations. I pressed my palm against each engine block. Cold, every single one. But that wasn't the strangest part. What I didn't know then, what I wouldn't discover until the security footage, was that at exactly 3:47 a.m., something had started watching me back. I found the circle just past dawn. The damaged goods section smelled like diesel and wet cardboard. I'd been avoiding it all night, but something pulled me back there. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering in that way that makes your skull ache. 8 pallets, arranged in a perfect circle. My boots stopped on cold concrete. The pallets were identical. Wooden, standard size, nothing special. But the precision. Can you imagine standing there, staring at geometry that shouldn't exist in a place like this? Each one spaced exactly the same distance apart. Each one turned at the exact same angle. Inside the circle, boxes were stacked. Not random, deliberate. They spelled my name. Marcus. My hands started shaking. I pulled out my phone and called Darren. He answered on the 5th ring, voice rough with sleep and irritation. "This better be good. You need to come in." My voice didn't sound like mine. "Some things, just come in." He arrived 20 minutes later, boots echoing across the warehouse floor. He looked at the circle, looked at me, sighed like I'd wasted his time. "So you got creative on the night shift." "I didn't, Marcus." He pulled out his phone, thumbed through screens. Access logs. Building was locked from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Just you. Nobody else swiped in. He looked up. Just you. The boxes with my name stared back at us. "I didn't do this." Darren's jaw tightened. For just a second, something flickered behind his eyes, not confusion, recognition. "Go home," he said. "We'll talk Monday." He walked away before I could argue, leaving me alone with the circle and the cold certainty settling in my chest. But what the logs didn't show, what neither of us could explain yet, was how the pallets were still warm when I touched them. Darren didn't leave. I heard his boots scrape concrete behind me as I touched the warm pallets, and when I turned, he was staring at his phone with the expression of a man who'd found exactly what he feared. "Come with me," he said. The office smelled like burnt coffee and printer toner. Darren pulled up the security software on his desktop, fingers moving too quickly, like he'd done this before. The monitor's glow made his face look hollow. 3:47 a.m., he muttered, scrolling through the timeline. Always 3:47. Always. The footage loaded. Black and white. Wide angle from camera 7, overlooking the damaged goods section. For a few seconds, nothing moved except the timestamp in the corner. And then I walked into frame. My throat tightened. On screen, I moved with perfect efficiency. No hesitation. I lifted the first pallet and carried it to the center of the aisle, set it down, returned for the next one. My arms swung at mechanical angles. My head never turned. 32 minutes of this, lifting, walking, arranging, and my face. Oh God, my face was completely blank. "That's not," I started, but my voice cracked. Darren fast-forwarded. The timestamp blurred, but on screen I never stopped, never slowed. At 4:19 a.m. I placed the final pallet, stepped back to examine the circle, then walked out of frame. 2 minutes later, I re-entered and stacked the boxes spelling my name. But the strangest part hadn't even registered yet. "I don't remember any of this," I whispered. Darren paused the video. My face filled the screen, caught mid-turn. My eyes were open, focused on something beyond the camera, beyond the warehouse. "Take the week off, Marcus." I was here. I was awake. I'd take the week. He ejected a thumb drive from the computer and pocketed it before I could ask why he was keeping a copy. His hand shook just enough for me to notice. "Go home to your family," Darren said, not meeting my eyes. "And whatever you do, don't come back at night." The drive home should have taken 20 minutes. I don't remember any of it. When I pulled into my driveway, the dashboard clock read 11:15 a.m., but the last time I'd looked, it was 9:30. Somewhere, I'd lost an hour and 45 minutes. The house smelled like coffee and cinnamon toast. Warm, safe, everything the warehouse wasn't. Kelly stood at the kitchen counter, still in her scrubs from her shift. She turned when I walked in and her face did that thing. That careful arrangement of concern trying to look casual. "You're home early," she said. I set my keys on the counter. "Darren gave me the week off." "Gave you off or sent you home?" My throat tightened. "Does it matter?" She crossed the small kitchen and touched my arm. Her fingers were warm, too warm, like the difference would burn. "Marcus, are you okay? Would you lie to someone you loved if the truth sounded insane?" "I'm fine," I said. "Just tired." Kelly's hand dropped. She studied my face the way nurses do, reading vital signs and expressions. "You've been talking in your sleep. Everyone talks in their sleep. Not like this." She moved to the coffee maker, poured me a cup I didn't ask for. The steam curled between us. "You've been saying numbers, grid coordinates, B7, F12, over and over for hours. The warehouse grid system. My chest went cold. And, Kelly hesitated. You've been saying your own name just. Marcus, Marcus, Marcus. Like you're trying to remember who you are. I wrapped both hands around the mug to stop them shaking. The heat bit into my palms. What do you say when your subconscious is mapping a building you can't remember walking through? But what Kelly told me next, that changed everything. Before I could answer, Amy padded into the kitchen in her sock feet, clutching a piece of construction paper. 8 years old, dark hair tangled from playing. She saw me and smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Daddy, you're home. Hey, sweetheart. I crouched down, tried to smile back. She held out the paper. I drew you. The drawing was in crayon, simple. A stick figure man standing in the middle of the page. Around him, carefully colored rectangles formed a perfect circle. 8 of them. Inside the circle, letters spelled out in wobbly child handwriting. Marcus. My hands went numb. That's really good, Amy. You were at work, she said quietly. I saw you. Kelly's breath caught. Amy, honey, you've never been to Daddy's work. Amy looked up at me. Her eyes were too old, too knowing. I saw him last night, she whispered. In my dream, he was building something, and he couldn't stop. I parked behind the warehouse at 2 a.m. Darren told me not to come back. Kelly wanted me home. I came anyway. The fluorescent lights hummed above empty loading docks, casting their sick yellow glow across 200,000 square feet of nothing. Diesel and cardboard, always that smell. I walked the aisles alone, checked the damaged goods section. No new circles, no pallets spelling my name, just silence, and the cold concrete under my boots. Around 3:30 I found it. A pallet near the back corner. Single box on top, and resting on that box, a wedding ring. My wedding ring. I looked at my left hand. The ring sat there, right where it always was. Gold band scratched from 8 years of marriage and manual labor. I rubbed my thumb over it, still there, still solid. But what I'd seen across the warehouse couldn't be denied. I walked back to the pallet, stood over the ring. It looked identical, same scratches, same worn groove on the inside where my knuckle pressed. Can you imagine finding a piece of yourself in a place it shouldn't be? I picked it up. Warm, not room temperature. Not cold like metal sitting in a 50-degree warehouse all night. Warm like someone had just taken it off their finger. Like body heat still clung to the gold. My hand started shaking. I put the ring in my pocket. The weight felt wrong, too heavy. Like carrying proof of something impossible. 4 a.m. arrived with a sound I'd been dreading. The forklift, hydraulic hiss, engine rumble, somewhere deep in the aisles behind me, wheels rolling across concrete. Getting closer. I turned toward the noise, heart hammering against my ribs. And that's when I realized the engine sound wasn't moving toward me anymore. It was circling. The engine stopped. I stood there, breath held, waiting for the hydraulic hiss, the crunch of tires on concrete. Nothing. Silence pressed against my eardrums harder than the noise had. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, suddenly too loud. And I realized the forklift had vanished as impossibly as it had appeared. My legs trembled as I moved toward the back corner where the sound had been circling. The duplicate ring in my pocket knocked against my thigh with each step, A warm reminder that something was deeply, horribly wrong. That's when I saw it. A new circle. 8 pallets arranged in perfect geometry, but this time, different. Inside sat a blue sleeping bag, unrolled and rumpled. A pillow with a visible head impression. And propped against a cardboard box, a framed photograph. I knew that photo. I'd taken it yesterday morning in our kitchen. Kelly laughing at something Amy said, sunlight catching her hair just right. I'd snapped it with my phone while pouring coffee, a stolen moment before my shift. But what I found made my throat close. The frame was real. Glass cold against my shaking fingers. Professional print, not some warehouse printer. I fumbled for my phone, swiped to my camera roll. The photo was still there. Same image. Never sent, never uploaded, never printed. Someone had gone into my phone, into my kitchen. Someone had printed this, framed it, brought it here. The sleeping bag smelled like home, that lavender fabric softener Kelly uses. Not diesel, not cardboard, home. I pressed my palm to the pillow, still warm. Someone was living here, in this warehouse, in these circles. Can you imagine the moment you realize the truth? When your mind fights what your body already knows. Someone is me. But if I'm standing here now, then where was I yesterday morning when this was printed? I swallowed 4 caffeine pills dry. The bitterness coated my throat, chalky and chemical, burning all the way down. My hands shook as I dropped the bottle onto the break room table, pills rattling like dice in a cup. I wouldn't sleep, couldn't sleep. If I stayed awake, if I watched myself, maybe I'd understand. The security monitor glowed blue in the corner, cycling through 12 camera feeds every 8 seconds. I pulled the metal chair closer, the legs scraping concrete, and sat with my eyes locked on the screen. The time in the corner read 2:18 a.m. 1 hour and 29 minutes until 3:47. What would you do? If you knew the exact moment you'd stop being yourself, would you watch it happen? The fluorescent lights above me hummed their constant electric prayer. I focused on my breathing, in through the nose, out through the mouth, trying to anchor myself to something real. The monitor flickered. Camera 3 showed the back corner. The circle of pallets sat empty in grainy black and white. Camera 7 showed the break room, showed me, sitting there, staring at the screen. I blinked. On the monitor, I blinked a half-second later. The time crawled forward. 3:12, 3:26, 3:39. My heart hammered against my ribs. Cold sweat traced my spine despite the warehouse chill. I leaned closer to the screen until my breath fogged the glass. 3:46, 3:47. On camera 7, I watched myself stand up. My chair, no, the other me's chair, scraped backward. But I was still sitting, still here, still watching. The figure on screen moved toward the door, smooth, mechanical, and then he turned and looked directly at the camera. His eyes were mine, but empty, completely empty. I screamed at the screen. But what I discovered in Darren's office would prove the warehouse had done this before. I don't remember deciding to go into Darren's office, but I'm there. The caffeine hums in my veins like the fluorescent lights overhead, and my hands are already pulling open the metal file cabinet. The drawer screeches. That sound cuts through the warehouse silence, and for a second I freeze, waiting for something to respond. Nothing does. The files smell like old paper and dust. My fingers shake as I flip through personnel folders. Anderson, Chen, Morales. The names blur together until Salazar, Rick. The folder is thicker than the others. I spread it across Darren's desk and the pages whisper against the laminate surface. Employment application, safety certifications, performance reviews. All standard, but then, a medical note, stapled. The paper feels brittle under my thumb. Employee experienced severe dissociative episodes during night shifts. Recommended immediate leave. Patient reports lost time, autonomic behavior, inability to recall work activities. My mouth tastes like burnt metal and leftover caffeine. The symptoms match mine, word for word. Have you ever read your own nightmare written in someone else's handwriting? I flip to the final time card. The ink is faded, but the numbers are clear. Rick Salazar clocked in on March 14th at 11 p.m. The clockout column is blank, but someone, Darren maybe, wrote in pencil at the bottom, found on premises 72 hours later. Unresponsive, refused to leave building. 72 hours, 3 full days and nights. But what made Rick finally stop? That's the question that gnawed at me as I stared at his signature on the separation agreement. The handwriting looked familiar, too familiar. The way he looped his capital R, the same way I did. And that's when I noticed the date Rick quit, 8 months ago, the exact week they assigned me to night shift. I stand in the circle at 3:47 a.m. The warehouse hums around me, that low-frequency vibration in the concrete floor. I feel it in my teeth, in my bones. The forklift keys dig into my palm, sharp and real. The smell of diesel and cardboard wraps around me like a blanket I never asked for. My phone buzzes. Kelly, when are you coming home? Home. The word feels foreign, like a language I used to speak. I look at the pallets surrounding me, 8 of them, perfect spacing. My hands ache to adjust the one on the left, 2 inches counterclockwise. The need crawls under my skin like insects. Can you imagine that? Needing to move boxes more than you need to breathe. But what I understood in that moment would change everything. Rick Salazar stood here too, 8 months ago. He felt this same pull, this same hum. The warehouse found him. And when it finished with him, it threw him away and waited. Waited for me to take the night shift. Waited for 3:47 a.m. I wasn't special. I was just available. My phone buzzes again. Amy drew you another picture today. Please come home, Amy. I remember her last drawing on the fridge. Daddy surrounded by boxes, the boxes forming a circle. She saw this coming before I did. Kids always know, don't they? They see the truth adults refuse to acknowledge. And that's when I realized what Rick never did. The warehouse doesn't keep you. You keep yourself. I dropped the keys. They clattered on the cold concrete, the sound echoing through 200,000 square feet of empty space. My hand found my phone instead. On my way, I typed. The hum grew louder, angry maybe, or maybe just indifferent. I walked toward the exit. Each step felt like tearing duct tape off skin. Behind me, the circle waited for someone else. It always does. The light appeared where no light should be. I pressed the cold binoculars against my face, hands trembling despite the calm I tried to project. 7,200 feet up in Pinnacle Watch, surrounded by nothing but wind and pine and someone. Something was burning below in the unmapped valley. No permits issued. I checked twice. My breath fogged the glass. I lowered the binoculars and reached for the radio, the static crackling to life before I even pressed the button. "Base, this is Pinnacle, you copy." The response came after 3 seconds too long. Dale's voice, familiar but stretched thin across the distance. "Copy, Pinnacle, what have you got?" "Light source in the Western Valley. Grid reference." I fumbled for my map, the paper rustling loud in the silence. "November 7/8, no permit on file." "November 7/8, Dale's voice crackled. "We'll hike down at first light, probably kids." "You know how it is." I did know. "And yet, copy that," I said. The line went dead. I set the radio down and returned to the window, pressing my palm against the glass. The cold bit through my skin, sharp and clarifying. The light still flickered below, steady as a heartbeat. Too steady. Campfires wavered, danced. This burned with mechanical precision. Dawn came slow. I watched the search party descend through my binoculars, Dale's orange pack, 2 younger rangers trailing behind. They moved through the old growth like ants swallowed by shadow and distance. 4 hours down, 4 hours searching, 4 hours of nothing. "No trace," Dale radioed up at noon. "No ash, no tracks." "You sure about the coordinates?" I was sure. That night I didn't sleep. I stood at the window, scanning the valley with eyes that burned from exhaustion. The darkness pressed close, thick and patient. And then, oh, there it was again. Same location. Same impossible light, burning where nothing should burn. What would you do if the world insisted you were wrong? But your eyes kept showing you the truth. The second night, the light appeared at exactly 9:47. I logged it, kept my eyes locked on that steady glow in the Western Valley while the radio hissed beside me. White noise, static washing through the cabin like tide. Then the light flickered, and the static spiked, a sharp burst of interference that made me wince. The light steadied. The static dropped back to baseline. Coincidence? Had to be. But the third night, 9:47 again, the pattern repeated. Flicker, static surge. My pulse kicked up. I adjusted the squelch dial, trying to filter the interference, but the correlation held. Every time that light pulsed in the valley below, my radio choked on noise. Something down there was bleeding into my frequency. I needed to think about something else. Anything else. My wallet sat on the desk, worn leather creased from years in my back pocket. I flipped it open to the photograph tucked behind the clear plastic sleeve. Eleanor, taken 2 summers ago at Rattlesnake Ledge before the divorce papers, before the silence that replaced our conversations. She was smiling in the photo. I remembered that smile, but now, her head was angled wrong, tilted slightly left when it should have been straight. Her eyes looked past the camera instead of into it. I blinked hard, rubbed my face with both hands. The photo hadn't changed. Photos don't change. I was seeing things that weren't there because I'd slept maybe 11 hours across the last 4 days. What would you do? Stare at a picture until your memory warps it into something unfamiliar. That's what isolation does. It rots your certainty from the inside. The fourth night came. 9:47. The light appeared on schedule, mechanical and patient. The static crackled in harmony. I didn't touch the radio this time, just watched. My coffee had gone cold hours ago, a thin skin forming on the surface. The cabin smelled like stale grounds and the metallic bite of oncoming weather. By the fifth night, I'd stopped questioning whether the light was real. I started questioning whether I was. My hands trembled as I wrote the log entry. The ink smeared. Outside, the wind had died completely, the forest holding its breath. I glanced at Alina's photograph one more time before closing the wallet. Her smile had turned away from the camera entirely. And somewhere far below in the darkness, the light burned on, waiting for me to understand what it wanted. I waited until dusk. The high-power binoculars felt cold against my palms, metal casing slick with condensation. I braced them against the window frame to steady my hands. 5 nights of watching had taught me patience, but not calm. 9:47. The light flickered on. I adjusted the focus wheel. Click, click. The valley floor swam into clarity, trees sharpening into individual branches, shadows pooling between trunks. The light source sat exactly where it had always been, unwavering in the darkness. I twisted the wheel one more increment, and there it was, a fire lookout tower. My breath caught. Not a cabin, not a campfire, a tower. The structure rose from the valley floor like a mirror image pulled from my own reflection. Same Forest Service green paint. Same observation windows wrapping the cabin. Same weathered stairs spiraling down through skeletal support beams. Impossible. I lowered the binoculars, blinked hard, looked again, still there. My hands shook as I pulled the topographical maps from the filing cabinet. The musty smell of old paper filled the cabin as I spread them across the desk. I traced every contour line, every elevation marker, every trail notation. The valley below was marked as unmapped terrain, old-growth forest, no structures, no tower. I checked the construction logs, maintenance records, radio frequencies assigned to Forest Service stations within 50 miles. Nothing. No permits. No reports. No mention of a second lookout in this sector. But I could see it through the glass, standing where nothing should exist. What would you do? Would you trust the maps? Or your own eyes? I pressed my forehead against the cold window and stared down at my impossible twin, burning its light into the gathering dark. Tomorrow I would have to go down there. I left at first light. No radio call to Dale. No logged route plan. Protocol demanded I stay at my station, but the tower below had burned through 5 nights of surveillance, and documentation wouldn't explain what my eyes had already confirmed. The descent started easy. Switchbacks I'd memorized during fire season, granite outcrops marking elevation drops. My boots found purchase on familiar trail. Then the trail ended. I pushed into old growth where no path existed, and the forest swallowed sound like water absorbing ink. My breathing should have echoed. It didn't. The snap of a branch under my weight produced only muffled pressure against my eardrums, as if the air itself had thickened into something that refused to carry vibration. Fog clung to the undergrowth, cold and stationary, defying even the slight morning breeze that should have moved through these elevation bands. The temperature dropped with each step, not the gradual cooling of descending altitude, but sudden, localized cold that raised goosebumps along my forearms despite my jacket. I tasted metal on my tongue, copper and ozone, the flavor of old batteries corroding in a drawer. Would you keep walking, knowing something fundamental had shifted, that the forest no longer obeyed the rules you'd learned across 5 years of rangering? I kept walking. 4 hours dissolved into timeless trudging. My watch hand seemed to stutter between minute marks. The compass needle drifted lazily, never quite settling on magnetic north. But the tower grew closer with each labored step, rising through the canopy like a monument to my own deteriorating certainty. Then I stood at its base, neck craned upward and my breath caught. The structure mirrored my station exactly. Same weathered planks, same Forest Service green paint faded to sage along the southern exposure. Same rusted hinges on the observation shutters. But the wood grain, oh, the wood grain ran backwards. Every knot, every crack, every age ring flowed in perfect reverse of what physics allowed. The stairs waited. 63 steps. I knew the count without climbing because I climbed 63 steps every day to reach my own cabin. My hand gripped the railing, ice cold despite the morning sun now filtering through fog, and the wood groaned under my weight. Creak, creak, creak. Each step sang with sound the forest had refused to carry. The wrongness of it prickled across my scalp. Noise existed only here, only on this structure, as if the tower claimed exclusive rights to vibration in this dead valley. 50 steps, 55, 60. The cabin door stood slightly ajar, and through the gap I saw the corner of a desk I recognized. But from inside that sliver of darkness, something else waited. The faint scent of coffee I'd brewed 4 hours ago, 1,500 vertical feet above me, in a tower that should have been the only one for 20 miles. I reached for the door, and heard breathing that wasn't mine. I pushed the door open. The breathing stopped. The cabin was empty, but occupied. That metallic scent hung heavier here, coating the back of my throat like old pennies. Every object sat exactly where mine did, 7,000 feet above. The desk faced the same western window. The propane heater squatted in the same corner. Even the coffee mug rested on the same warped plank, brown ring staining the wood. I stepped inside. The floor groaned, wrong pitch, half a note too low. My desk, my chair, my radio mounted on the wall, call numbers matching. The dials were set to Dale's frequency. I touched the mug, still warm. My hand jerked back. The coffee inside steamed faintly, surface tension unbroken. Someone had poured this minutes ago. But the cabin stretched empty around me, silent except for my own ragged breathing. The log book sat open on the desk. I knew that binding. Forest Service issue, olive drab canvas, corners reinforced with brass. I'd filled 3 of them over the years. This one looked newer, pages still crisp. But the handwriting. Oh, no, my handwriting. The cramped capitals I used for dates. The way my capital R looped too far left. Entry after entry marching down pages in ink I recognized from my own pen. March 15th. Clear skies. Patrol route Alpha complete. No smoke. I'd never written those words. March 15th I'd been at my tower, the real one, documenting the same clear skies in my own log book. My fingers trembled as I turned pages. April 9th. May 22nd, June 3rd, all in my hand, all impossible. The date stretched back exactly 6 months, and the final entry written this morning read, "If you are reading this, you have 4 hours before you become me." My fingers found the last page. The paper felt colder than the rest, wrong somehow, like it had been touched by frozen hands. Day 180, the entry began. My own handwriting, but the letters pressed deeper into the page. Desperate, still seeing the fake tower. The ink had smudged in one corner, a thumbprint I recognized. Mine. Every 6 months I've watched it burn through the night. Today I hiked to it. The metallic smell in the air grew sharper. I could taste copper on my tongue, found myself inside. My chest tightened. The words blurred, then refocused. This is my last entry before I disappear. If you are reading this, you are me. You hiked to your own tower. The cabin creaked. Just the wind, I told myself, just settling wood, but the sound came from inside, not outside. A floorboard compressed under weight I couldn't see. The final sentence waited at the bottom of the page. Look behind you. 2 words. 3 syllables. They shouldn't have had power. But my hands started shaking so hard the logbook rattled against the desk. What would you do? If your own handwriting commanded you to turn around in an impossible place, would you obey? I didn't want to, oh God. I didn't want to, but my body moved anyway. Muscles overriding terror. My neck rotated, slow, mechanical, like something else controlled the motion. My shoulders followed. The room spun into view degree by degree. The doorway came into focus. My breath stopped, not because I couldn't breathe, because something in my lungs forgot how. The air turned solid in my throat, trapped, burning. My heart hammered once, twice, then nothing. Just silence and the shape standing in the frame, watching me with eyes I knew better than my own. I was staring at myself. The man in the doorway had my jaw, my cheekbones, my build beneath the weathered Park Service jacket. But his face, oh God, his face. Deep lines carved through skin turned leathery by sun and isolation. Gray threaded through hair I still kept dark. His hands, scarred, liver-spotted, trembling, clutched the same log book I just read. Those hands told me everything. He stepped inside. The floorboards creaked under boots I recognized. The left heel worn on the outside edge just like mine. The metallic smell of the valley clung to him, mixed with old paper and wood smoke. You're wondering if this is real. His voice scraped out rough, aged, but the cadence was mine. The exact rhythm I used when talking to myself during long shifts. It is. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. He set the log book on the desk between us. Every 6 months we hiked to our reflection tower. His finger, my finger, gnarled and thick-knuckled, traced the wood grain. Every time we replace ourselves. Enno, I've been you 9 times, Marcus. Hearing my name in that ruined voice shattered something inside me. What did he mean by replace? The word hung in the cold air like a threat, but I couldn't grasp its full weight yet. He moved closer. I saw the scar above his left eyebrow, the one I got falling from a ladder at age 12. Another on his knuckle from Eliner's broken coffee mug during our last fight. Every mark was mine. Tonight, he reached toward me, and the lamplight caught the deep exhaustion in eyes I'd seen in mirrors for 34 years. Tonight you become me. The room tilted. My hands, I looked down at my hands, and felt the first cold prickle of change crawling beneath my skin. He extends the logbook toward me, and I take it. The leather cover feels cold, too cold. Wrong temperature for skin contact, like holding something that's been buried underground. My fingers close around it. Oh no. The hands gripping the spine aren't mine. They can't be mine. Liver spots bloom across the knuckles like bruises spreading under time-lapse photography. The skin sags, papery thin, revealing blue veins that map decades I haven't lived. A scar cuts across my left thumb, white and ancient. I got that scar. When? I remember now, splitting kindling, February, years ago, but it happened yesterday. My breath comes shallow, fast. I force myself to look at my arms. The flannel sleeves pull back, revealing forearms corded with muscle gone stringy, spotted with age, marked with scars I recognize. The burn from the propane stove. The gash from barbed wire on the trail to Cascade Pass. All mine. All impossible. What would you do? I whisper to the empty air. Would you scream? Would you check again, desperate, praying your eyes lied? I look up, searching for his face, for my face, for answers. The doorway is empty. Just the dark rectangle of the frame. The threshold worn smooth. The hinges silent. He's gone. But I didn't hear him leave. Didn't hear the floor creak. Didn't hear breathing stop or footsteps begin. Then a stair groans below me. The third step from the top. I know its voice. I've climbed those stairs 1,000 times, learned which boards sing and which stay silent. Another creak. Fifth step. Descending in the measured rhythm of someone who knows the tower's skeleton as well as his own. I lunge toward the window. My joints ache. When did that start? My knees crack as I move, sounds I've never made, sounds that belong to my father, not me. I press my weathered palms against the glass, smudging it with prints that look nothing like the ones I left this morning. Down below, emerging from the base of the tower, a figure. He wears my jacket. The blue one Alina gave me for our anniversary. My pack bounces against his shoulders, young shoulders, straight and strong. His gait is easy, familiar. I watch him navigate the rocks at the clearing's edge, stepping exactly where I would step, favoring his left leg slightly because of the old soccer injury that never quite healed. He doesn't look back. Why would he? He thinks he escaped, thinks he discovered the truth and walked away free, thinks the nightmare lives down here in this valley, and safety waits up there in his tower, my tower. His tower now. The forest swallows him between two cedars and he's gone. Hiking back up the mountain, back to Pinnacle Watch, back to the radio and the log book and the light he'll see in 6 months, burning down here in the valley like a promise, like a mouth opening. The silence that follows his departure isn't peaceful. It's hungry. I stand at the window, my aged reflection staring back from the glass, and realize I can't remember my own voice anymore. Can't remember what it felt like to speak his name, my name, Alina's name. I open my mouth to test it. Nothing. Not even a whisper. Not even breath shaped into sound. My throat works, muscles contracting, but the air passes through dead and mute. The tower has already begun taking what it needs. My voice first, then memory, then self. But what comes after silence, I'm only beginning to understand. I lunged toward the window, my mouth opened wide, throat muscles contracted. Nothing, Not a whisper, not a rasp. The silence inside me was absolute, a vacuum where sound should exist. I pressed my scarred fingers against my throat, felt the cartilage shift under papery skin, but the vocal cords refused. They simply refused to vibrate. Have you ever tried to scream and produced nothing? I stumbled to the radio. The same battered CB unit that connected me to Dale, to Jenna, to the world 15 miles below. My aged hands fumbled with the dial, twisting through frequencies. Static would be enough. Static meant connection. Static meant I still existed somewhere in the signal. The speaker gave me silence. Dead air, complete and total. I pressed the transmit button, released, pressed again. The red indicator light didn't even flicker. I shook the unit, childish, desperate, but the metal casing felt wrong in my grip. Lighter, hollow, as if the components inside had rotted away decades ago. The metallic smell thickened around me, coating my tongue with the taste of old pennies. I reached for my wallet with trembling hands. The leather felt cold, unfamiliar. Inside, the photograph of Alina smiled up at me from our anniversary dinner, the same image I'd carried for 2 years since the divorce. But something had shifted. Her face, oh God, her face was turned away now. Not erased, not gone, just angled toward the restaurant window instead of the camera. The smile remained, but it wasn't for me anymore. It never had been in this version of the past. Can you imagine watching your own history rewrite itself? The tower creaked around me, settling, digesting. I was being unmade, thread by thread, erased from every frequency and photograph and memory. And somewhere above me, my younger self was climbing back into Pinnacle Watch, convinced he'd escaped. But 6 months from now, he'd see the light. The days blur into weeks, weeks into months. I document the weather, record false patrol routes, fill the log book with my handwriting because that is what the tower demands. The pen feels foreign in my scarred hands, but the letters form themselves, muscle memory older than thought. On day 173, the light appears, not in this valley, but across the impossible distance, burning in my original tower. Pinnacle Watch glows through the fog, and I lift the binoculars with hands that shake from more than age. Through the lenses, I see him, myself, younger, leaning forward at the observation deck, scanning for smoke. He spotted it. I watch him radio it in. Watch him pace the cabin floor 3 nights running. The static crackles even here, metallic taste flooding my mouth, copper and cold. He doesn't know yet, can't know. The tower protects its secret until the moment of replacement. On day 180, he descends. I track his progress through the old-growth forest, his pack bobbing between trees. 4 hours. The same route I took. The same certainty driving each step. I lower the binoculars when he reaches the valley floor, because I cannot watch him climb these stairs. Cannot witness the moment his hands touch this railing, still warm from my grip. Instead, I open the logbook, write the final entry. If you are reading this, you are me. You hike to your own tower, look behind you. The ink dries, footsteps creak on the stairs outside. I stand, turn toward the doorway. He'll need the logbook. He'll need to understand, though understanding changes nothing. The door swings open and I see my own face, younger and terrified, staring back at me. The cycle completes. I hand him the book and step toward the stairs, toward the forest, toward 6 months of forgetting. The tower has always been patient. The porch light flickers on at exactly 3:29. I stand on the cracked concrete, package in hand, and my breath fogs the air between me and the door. The house at 1847 Maple Street has been dark for the past hour. Every house on this route stays dark. But this one, something about this one makes my fingers tighten around the cardboard edges until they dent. A shadow moves behind the front window. I freeze. My heartbeat thuds in my ears, too loud, too fast. The figure presses against the glass, close enough that I can see the outline of hands, palms flat, face obscured by the reflection of the streetlight behind me. The mouth moves. No sound comes through, just lips forming words I can't hear. Can you imagine standing there trying to read the message, knowing you should turn around and leave? But my feet won't move. The package feels heavier now. My name is on the label. I checked it twice in the van, but what I didn't check was who sent it. The front door creaks, slow, 6 inches. Then it stops. Cold air rushes out through the gap, not the damp chill of October, but something else. Sterile sharp. It carries a scent that makes my stomach drop. Cologne, the same brand I wear. The same woody amber smell clinging to my jacket collar right now. I take a step back. My shoe scrapes the concrete. The sound echoes too long in the empty street. The figure behind the window hasn't moved, still pressed there, still mouthing something. The door creaks wider, and from inside the lightless house, I hear footsteps descending stairs I shouldn't know are there. 48 hours before I stood on that porch, the dispatch radio crackled to life at 11:07 p.m. "Brennan, you there?" I pressed the button. Static buzzed against my thumb. "Yeah. Got a route update. New stop. 1787 Maple Street. Same package every night this week. 3:30 a.m. window. Can you handle it?" The van's dome light flickered above me. Cardboard smell filled my nostrils. Thick, stale, sure. Good man. "It's already loaded. Bay 7. The line went dead. I found the package wedged between Amazon boxes and a crate of medical supplies. Small, maybe 8 inches square. The label was pristine, too clean for a week-old dispatch order. Black ink, block letters, perfect edges. The weight caught me off guard. It felt like nothing, like holding air wrapped in brown paper. I tossed it onto the passenger seat and started the engine. 67 stops. Maple Street would be number 43, right in the dead zone. That stretch between 2 a.m. and dawn when the suburbs hold their breath. The first delivery was automatic. I pulled up at 3:29, porch dark, house silent. I walked the cracked driveway, placed the box on the welcome mat, turned back to the van. Routine. But something about the house stuck with me as I drove away. I couldn't place it. The second night. I parked in the exact same spot without thinking. My feet knew the path. 3 steps to the mailbox. Slight dip in the pavement. 7 strides to the porch. I hadn't counted them the first time. The third night, my hands were already reaching for the package before I checked the manifest. Muscle memory. Like I'd delivered there 100 times. But I'd only been there twice. What I didn't know yet was that my body remembered what my mind had forgotten. Night 5, and I'm sitting in the back of my van with the dome light buzzing overhead. The cargo space smells like cardboard and stale energy drinks. I've pulled the package onto my lap, still weightless, still wrong, and I'm staring at the label under the flickering yellow glow. That's when I see it. The handwriting, neat block letters, precise angles, the way the capital M loops just slightly at the base. I know this. I've written addresses this exact way 1,000 times on notes, on envelopes, on the back of receipts when my phone dies. This is my handwriting. Have you ever seen your own signature somewhere you never signed? That stomach drop moment when reality tilts. I blink, rub my eyes. The letters don't change. I angle the package toward the light, searching for differences. Maybe it's similar, maybe I'm tired. But no, the slant, the pressure, even the way the pen hesitated before the street number. That's me. But what I notice next makes my throat close. The return address sits in the top left corner, small and clinical. I read it once, twice. My apartment, my exact apartment number. The building I left 4 hours ago to start this shift. I never wrote this. My hands fumble for my phone, nearly dropping it between the seat cracks. I pull up my text, scrolling back through the past week, looking for gaps, blackout nights, drunk messages I don't remember sending, anything that explains how I packaged this, labeled it, sent it to myself. Nothing. My call log is clean, my photos untouched. No alarms set for 3:30 in the morning. The phone trembles in my grip. No, not the phone. My hands, shaking so hard the screen blurs. I look back at the package, and that's when I realize I never checked the shipping date. And what I'm about to find will crack everything wide open. I pulled over on Crescent Drive at 3:15 in the morning, engine ticking as it cooled. The package sat in my lap, weightless as always. My own handwriting stared back at me from the label, neat block letters I'd never written. The shipping date, I hadn't checked it. My thumbnail found the edge of the packing tape and dug in. The ripping sound filled the van's cargo space, too loud against the silence outside. Cardboard flaps peeled back, bubble wrap underneath, the kind that pops when you squeeze it. I pulled it free, feeling the plastic dimples give under my fingertips. Inside, a USB drive, small, black, no markings, that was it, nothing else. I turned it over in my palm, waiting for some explanation to materialize. The dome light flickered above me, casting my shadow against stacks of undelivered packages. The van smelled like cardboard and stale energy drinks, familiar and suffocating. What I found inside would change everything I thought I knew about my route. I fumbled for my phone adapter, hands steadier than they should have been. The drive clicked into place. My screen glowed blue. One file appeared. Video, MP4 format, 16 megabytes. The date stamp loaded. Tomorrow. I blinked. Read it again. December 17th, tomorrow's date. But the timestamp, 3:30 a.m. 15 minutes from now if I kept driving, if I finished the route. Moths circled the streetlight above my van, their wings tapping against hot glass. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and quick. The phone grew warm in my hand. My thumb hovered over the play button. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once and went silent. I pressed play. And what I saw in those 2 minutes of footage would make me understand why I could never stop delivering to 1847 Maple Street. I pressed play. The screen filled with grainy security footage, warped by a fisheye lens. The timestamp in the corner glowed green. Tomorrow's date, 3:30 in the morning. My phone grew warm against my palm, heat spreading through my fingers like a fever. The video showed a porch, dark wood, a single light fixture casting yellow shadows. And then I walked into frame. Not someone who looked like me. Same jacket, same way I held packages cradled against my ribs, same exhausted shuffle in my gait. I watched myself climb 3 steps, kneel, place a box against the door. The motion was mechanical, practiced. I'd done it 1,000 times before. I stood, turned to leave. My shoes scraped the concrete, the audio picked it up, tinny and distant. But then I stopped, just stopped. 1 foot on the top step, 1 hand gripping the railing. Frozen mid-stride like someone had paused the playback. Except the timestamp kept counting. 3:29 and 12 seconds. 13. 14. 4 full minutes passed while I stood there motionless. What I didn't know yet was that those 4 minutes would explain everything. The missing time, the rehearsed feeling, why my hands had been shaking since I first saw that address. My breath fogged the phone screen. Inside the van, the smell of old cardboard mixed with something sharp. Sweat. Fear. The dome light flickered once, nearly cutting out, then steadied. Outside, moths battered against the streetlight in rhythm with my pulse. On the video, I finally moved. I turned back toward the camera, slow, deliberate. My face filled the distorted frame, features stretched wrong by the lens. My eyes looked hollow, sunken. My lips were moving. I leaned closer to the screen, squinting. The audio was muffled, wind, maybe, or static interference, but I could read lips well enough. Years of dispatch calls through bad connections had taught me that. Stop. Delivering. My stomach dropped. Already, inside, I rewound, watched again. The words were unmistakable. 6 years, check. Basement. The video cut to static. White noise hissed through my phone speaker. I yanked the earbuds out, but the sound lingered in my skull, a flatline whine that wouldn't stop. I sat there in the dark cargo space, surrounded by tomorrow's packages, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. The timestamp said tomorrow, but my lips had moved today, or yesterday, or my head throbbed. The timeline didn't work, couldn't work, unless I'd already delivered the package, unless I was about to deliver it, unless. I checked the time. 3:21 a.m., 9 minutes until the timestamp on the video. 9 minutes until I'd be standing on that porch, frozen, mouthing warnings to a camera I didn't know existed. But the real question wasn't when. It was why I'd said basement, and what had been living in mine for 6 years. I drove to the only place still lit at this hour. The diner's fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead, that electrical hum that sounds like insect wings. My booth's vinyl stuck to my forearms as I opened my laptop. The smell of burnt coffee hung thick, reminded me of something I couldn't place. Property records loaded slow. County database, public access. I typed the address with shaking fingers. 1847 Maple Street. The page flickered. Sale date 6 years ago. October 5th. Buyer name redacted. Just a black bar where the name should be. I clicked through to transaction history. Every owner listed except the current one. Even the purchase price was blacked out. My throat tightened. 6 years ago. I moved to this town 6 years ago, started the courier job, found my apartment, all within the same week. But I couldn't remember why I'd come here. Not a single reason. No job offer beforehand. No family, no. Anything, the memory just stopped, like waking up mid-sentence. Have you ever tried to remember something and found nothing? Not even a gap, just smooth blankness where the thought should be. The waitress appeared, poured coffee I hadn't ordered. The liquid caught the light, too dark, almost black. I lifted the cup, took a sip, pennies. The taste flooded my mouth, metallic, sharp, like sucking on old coins. I swallowed anyway. The warmth didn't reach my chest. "You okay, honey?" Her voice sounded far away. I looked up. She was close, concern creasing her face, pad and pen in hand, waiting. I opened my mouth. Nothing came out. She touched my shoulder, just briefly, then walked away. I stared at the screen, at the redacted name, at the date that matched my arrival, and I understood something that made my hands go numb. What if I hadn't moved here at all? What if I'd never actually left? I drove straight back. No decision, just momentum. My van rolled to a stop outside 1847 Maple Street at 3:29 a.m., engine ticking in the silence. The front door was already open, 6 inches, waiting. Cold air poured out when I pushed it wider, the hinges groaning like something waking up. I stepped inside and the temperature changed, warmer, lived in. The smell hit me immediately. My cologne. The same brand I'd worn for years, cheap stuff from the drugstore. I stood in the entryway waiting for my eyes to adjust. And then I saw it. The living room. Oh God. The furniture wasn't just similar. It was exact. The sagging gray couch positioned against the left wall, same angle. The coffee table with the chipped corner. Even the lamp, the one I'd bought at a thrift store 8 years ago and lost during a move I could barely remember. But what I saw on the mantel made my breath stop. My high school photo, senior year, awkward smile, cheap frame. I hadn't seen that picture since. Since when? I couldn't remember packing it, couldn't remember throwing it away. Can you imagine finding your own belongings in a stranger's house? Not similar things, the exact ones. A jacket lay draped across the couch arm. My jacket, navy blue, frayed cuff on the left sleeve. I reached out, touched the fabric, still warm. But the real shock hadn't settled in yet, because that's when I heard it, a creak, below me, beneath the floorboards. The basement door stood ajar to my right, darkness pooling beyond it. And from that darkness came footsteps, ascending, slow, deliberate, each step perfectly spaced. The cologne smell grew stronger, thick enough to choke on. I took a step back. My heel hit something, the wall, trapped between the door behind me and those rising footsteps ahead. The creaking stopped. Silence. Then, one more step, closer to the top. And that's when I realized who was climbing those stairs. I moved toward the basement door before the footsteps reached me. I don't know why. My legs just carried me there. The stairs descended into darkness, wood soft with rot, and my right foot found the third step down without thinking. It creaked, low and familiar. My left foot knew the fifth step would be silent, and it was. Can you imagine knowing something you've never learned? The cold rose up from below, damp and stale. It smelled like old paper and mildew. And faintly, still my cologne, I descended faster. The footsteps above had stopped, or maybe they were waiting. At the bottom, I fumbled for a light, found the pull chain exactly where my hand expected it. The walls were papered, not with wallpaper, with delivery manifests. Hundreds of them, all addressed to 1847 Maple Street. I stepped closer, fingers brushing the yellowed edges, dates going back years. Same route, same stop, same time. 3:29 a.m. over and over, stamped and signed and completed. But what I saw in the corner made my throat close. A cot, army surplus, green canvas. My wallet sat on the thin mattress, my keys beside it. My phone, same cracked screen, spiderweb fracture across the top right corner, resting face up. I pulled my phone from my pocket, checked the crack. Identical. I looked back at the cot. 7 phones, arranged in a neat row. 7 wallets. 7 key rings, all mine. Each one tagged with a strip of masking tape. Dates written in block letters, my handwriting. The oldest was from 6 years ago. The newest was from yesterday. I heard the creak behind me. The 3rd step. Then silence where the 5th step should be. Someone else's feet knew these stairs just as well as mine. The footsteps stopped. I turned, slowly. Every joint felt rusted. He stood 3 steps from the bottom, same height, same build, same courier jacket threadbare at the elbows, his face. Oh God, his face was mine. Down to the scar above my left eyebrow from a childhood bike wreck. But his eyes were wrong, hollow, like someone had scooped out everything behind them and left only the shape. You opened it, he said, my voice. Exactly my voice, same rasp from too many energy drinks, same flat Midwest vowels. The sound made my skin crawl. Stay back. My hand found the edge of the workbench. Cold metal, real. Stay the hell back. He didn't move, just tilted his head the way I do when I'm exhausted, when I've been driving too long. You won't run. I didn't either. None of us did. None of. What are you? Tyler Brennan. He stepped down once. The stair didn't creak under his weight. 32, born in Decatur. Moved here 6 years ago for work. Can't remember why. That sound right. My throat closed. You never left, he continued, voice flat as highway asphalt. The first delivery. You came to the door at 3:29. You knocked. I answered. You handed me the package. And then you stepped inside, just for a second, just to ask a question. I don't. You don't remember. Neither did I. He reached the basement floor. The cologne smell thickened. My cologne. The loop needs a body, Tyler. Someone to stay. Someone to wait for the next one. But what he said next would rewrite everything I thought I understood. Every Tyler delivers packages for a week. 67 stops. Same route. Then the USB shows up. Then you watch yourself. Then you come inside. He gestured at the manifests covering the walls. And then you become me. The one who waits. The one who hands off the drive. The one who explains it to the next version. I backed against the workbench. My hand brushed one of the phones, still warm. That's insane. I'm not, you are. His hand went to his pocket, pulled out a delivery manifest, unfolded it. Read the stops. I didn't want to. My eyes dropped anyway. 67 addresses, all familiar, all burned into my nightly muscle memory. He stepped closer, close enough I could see the burst capillaries in his eyes, the same ones I'd noticed in my rearview mirror yesterday. Count them, he whispered. My lips moved. 67 stops. 67 nights. 67 failed attempts to break the pattern. How many times? I breathed. His smile was mine, exhausted, defeated. How many phones did you count? 7. 7 phones, 7 wallets, 7 sets of keys. But the oldest manifest on the wall was dated 6 years ago, and there were hundreds of them pinned in yellowing rows. The math didn't add up, unless, oh God, unless every 7 cycles something reset, something erased. He leaned in. His breath smelled like mine after a long shift, stale coffee and desperation. Tomorrow, he said, a new driver gets the address added to his route, a simple drop-off, same time nightly, and you'll be the one standing here, waiting to explain why he can never leave. My pulse hammered against my temples. Why does it need this? I don't know. For the first time his voice cracked, human, terrified. I've been here 6 years, Tyler. 6 years in this basement, waiting, and now you're here. And I can finally, he stopped. Listened. Upstairs, a door creaked open. Footsteps crossed the living room floor, slow, methodical. Someone else was in the house. His hollow eyes went wide. No, he whispered. Not yet, you haven't chosen yet. Chosen what? But I already knew, could feel the answer crawling up my spine like cold fingers. Only one of us was leaving. The footsteps overhead stopped directly above us. Dust sifted through the floorboards. I tasted it on my tongue. Gritty and familiar. The other me, the hollow-eyed one, didn't move. Just stood there holding the USB drive between us. His cologne mixed with something else now, decay, 6 years of it soaking into his skin. He'll come down, he whispered, just like you did. My throat closed. Who? Tonight's Tyler. The porch light cut out. Total darkness. I heard the basement door creak open above. Footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate. Every third step groaning under weight I recognized as my own. The other me pressed the drive into my palm. Cold metal, sharp edges. You take this. Or you stay, that's the choice. What happens if I? Then tomorrow a new driver gets this address added to his route. His voice cracked. And you wait here 6 years, maybe more, until you're ready to pass it on. But I understood now what he hadn't said yet, what the video already knew. There was no escaping, not really. The footsteps reached the bottom. I couldn't see him, but I smelled my own cologne. Fresh. The version I'd put on 11 hours ago at the start of my shift. He was still warm, still thought this was just a delivery. Which one? My voice came out broken. Which one am I? The other me, the hollow one, laughed, soft, defeated. Does it matter? The porch light flickered back on, pale yellow glow seeping through cracks in the ceiling. I looked down at my hands. 7 phones lined up on the cot beside me. I didn't remember sitting down. The van idled outside. Someone else was driving it now. Something speaks through welded steel. 4:32 in the morning. I'm standing in Section D corridor, dosimeter clipped to my belt, and it's clicking. Faster than it should. The door in front of me is sealed, thick steel, crude welds running like scars across the seams. Warning placards faded to ghosts of themselves. The voice comes again. Rough, wet, like something speaking through damaged vocal cords. Don't open it. My hand hovers near the handle. There is no handle, just metal, solid. Please, the voice rasps. Don't. Can you imagine standing there listening to the impossible? I pressed my palm against the cold steel, felt the faint vibration of what? Ventilation. Something deeper. My mind raced back to 6 hours earlier when none of this made sense yet. 10:47 p.m. I'd clocked in for another overnight shift at Hanford Ridge, coffee in hand, the taste already going stale on my tongue. Eastern Washington stretched dark and empty outside, but I never saw it from the control room. No windows, just banks of aging monitors casting blue light across my station. The building hummed its usual mechanical lullaby, cooling tower temperatures, radiation levels, system diagnostics scrolling past in endless rows, routine. I'd done this job for 2 months. Easiest money I'd ever made. Sit alone. Watch screens. Log readings every hour. The insomnia that ruined my marriage made me perfect for it. Rebecca used to say I loved problems more than people. Maybe she was right, but that night, something felt different. Wrong. The air smelled faintly of ozone, sharp and electric, though all readings showed normal. And Section D, a section I'd never been told to monitor, kept drawing my attention to its dormant indicator light. What I didn't know yet was that light wouldn't stay dark much longer. I forced my attention back to the monitors. Temperature readings for cooling Tower 3, pressure valves, the ordinary rhythm of a night that would end at 6 a.m. with nothing in the incident log. The ozone smell faded after 20 minutes, and I convinced myself it was the ventilation system. Nothing more. My coffee went cold in the styrofoam cup. I didn't taste it when I drank. At 1:14 a.m., the alarm tore through the silence. Not the general radiation alert. This one came from a specific sector, a piercing mechanical shriek that made my teeth ache. The control panel lit up red. Section D, radiation spike, zero point 0.7 millisieverts and climbing. My hands moved before my brain caught up, pulling up the sector logs on screen 3. The blue glow reflected off my face as I scrolled through decades of entries. March 1991 was the last notation. Contamination incident. Permanent seal authorized. No entry permitted. 33 years. Sealed. Welded shut according to the notes. I switched to the camera feed, fingers slipping on the keys. Section D corridor filled the monitor. That long fluorescent hallway I'd walked past 100 times without thinking. The steel door sat at the end, exactly as it always had, undisturbed. The welding seams were visible even on the grainy footage, thick and crude. Nothing moved. Nothing could move. But the radiation reading kept climbing. Can you imagine sitting there, watching impossible numbers rise while the camera shows you nothing's wrong? I checked the dosimeter on my belt. Normal, the spike was localized, contained, inside a sealed room. At 1:22 a.m. the alarm stopped, just stopped. The readings dropped to baseline within seconds, as if someone had flipped a switch. I logged it as equipment malfunction, typed the words with steady hands. The keyboard was warm under my fingers, warmer than it should have been. And in the sudden silence I heard it, a sound from down the corridor, metal groaning, once, then nothing. I'd rewound the archive to March. Third night back and I couldn't leave it alone. The groaning from Section D had faded by dawn 2 shifts ago, but the timestamp in the alarm log kept pulling me back. 1:14 a.m. Equipment malfunction. That's what I'd written. I scrolled through weeks of footage, the monitor's glow washing my hands blue. The hum of the ventilation system filled the gaps between my breathing. Stale coffee smell hung in the air, mixed with something metallic I couldn't place. March 5th, 4:17 a.m. The Section D camera flickered, and the door opened. I stopped, rewound, watched again. The welded steel peeled back like foil. A figure in a radiation suit stepped through, walked to my console, the same desk where I sat now, and began working. 8 minutes. I checked the timestamp. At 4:25 a.m., the figure stood, returned to Section D, and the door sealed behind it. My throat tightened. March 12th, 4:17 a.m., same thing. March 19th, 4:17 a.m., identical, every 7 days, for months. Always the same timestamp, the same 8-minute window, the same mechanical movements. I cross-referenced the dates against maintenance logs. No one had reported anything. No alarms in the records except. I pulled up recent files. My alarm from 2 nights ago. 1:14 a.m. Wrong time, different pattern. I checked tonight's date. March 26th. 7 days since the last occurrence. 4:16 a.m. now. Can you imagine sitting there knowing what you're about to see? Knowing you should walk away, call someone, do anything but watch. I pulled up the live feed. Split screen. Section D corridor on the left, my empty chair on the right, captured by the control room camera behind me. 1 minute. The temperature dropped. I felt it on the back of my neck, cold and wrong for a climate-controlled facility. The ventilation hummed louder, or maybe that was blood rushing in my ears. 4:17 a.m. The door opened. Not on the recording, in real time. Steel peeling back in utter silence while my monitor showed it still sealed. The figure emerged, but, oh, something was wrong with the way it moved. Too smooth. Each step identical to the last, like frames repeating in a loop. It walked past the camera and I heard footsteps behind me. I didn't turn around. The keyboard began clicking. On the monitor showing my station, I watched gloved hands typing at my console. The same desk where my own hands rested, trembling now. I could hear each keystroke echoing in the empty room, but when I glanced down, the keys weren't moving. The figure typed for 8 minutes. I counted every second. At 4:25 a.m., the clicking stopped. On screen, the figure stood, turned, walked back toward Section D. I heard the footsteps passing behind my chair, felt the displacement of air, smelled ozone and something else, something like burnt copper and decay. The door sealed. My dosimeter hadn't made a sound. I finally looked down at my keyboard. The keys were warm. And there on my screen, a new entry in the containment log I hadn't written. Observation confirmed. Saturation increasing. But what terrified me most was the timestamp on the entry. It was dated 7 days from now. I couldn't look away from the screen. The log entry glowed in the darkness, time-stamped 7 days ahead. My hands were still on the keyboard, but I hadn't typed those words. The ventilation system hummed its endless rhythm overhead, indifferent to the impossible. I needed answers. The incident database sat buried in the system architecture, 4 layers deep in archived personnel files. Most operators never accessed it. Why would they? We monitored temperatures, logged readings, went home. But I'd always been the type to dig. Rebecca used to say it was compulsion, not curiosity, that I couldn't let anything rest. She was right. My fingers clicked across keys, each tap sharp in the silence. Section D Incident Reports. Query, all entries since facility commissioning. The search bar blinked, waited, then flooded with results. 5 names. 5 overnight operators, all dead. I felt the cold air from the ceiling vent wash over my neck as I opened the first file. Michael Torres, March 2003. Cause of death, acute radiation syndrome. The next line stopped my breath. Body discovered inside Section D during routine inspection. Inside. But Section D had been sealed since 1991. The welding was visible on every camera angle, crude, thick beams across the frame. No one could enter. I'd checked the door myself on previous shifts, running my fingers along those rough metal seams just to confirm what the cameras showed. I pulled up the next file. Sarah Chen, October 2007. Same cause. Same impossible location. Then Gregory Penske, 1998. David Ochoa, 2015. Jennifer Marlowe, 2023. Can you imagine finding that pattern? 5 people spanning 30 years, all dying the exact same way in a room no one could access. My coffee had gone cold in its stained mug. I didn't remember when I'd last sipped it. The screen's blue glow painted shadows across my hands as I scrolled deeper, searching for the origin point. There had to be something earlier, some incident that explained why Section D was sealed in the first place. The file loaded slowly, as if the system itself hesitated to show me. March 14, 1991. Emergency Containment Protocol. Catastrophic coolant breach. And there, buried in the personnel casualty section, a name that made my dosimeter feel suddenly heavier on my belt. Dennis Kavar, technician, age 41, status, sealed during emergency response. The clinical language couldn't hide what that meant. They'd welded the door, with him inside. Lethal radiation exposure, the report confirmed. Extraction deemed impossible due to contamination levels. Time of containment, 4:17 a.m. 4:17. The exact timestamp of every alarm, every manifestation, every impossible door opening I'd watched on the archived footage. My hands were shaking now. I scrolled through Kavar's file, and the details emerged like something surfacing from deep water. He'd been conscious during the welding. Radio contact maintained for, oh God, 40 minutes after the seal. The logs included fragments of transmission, his voice degrading as the radiation cooked him from the inside. They'd listened to him die. I thought of the figure I'd seen, mechanical, precise, working at the console for exactly 8 minutes before vanishing. Was that him? Still working his shift, 3 decades later, unaware he was already dead. The break room's vending machine hummed suddenly to life behind me, its compressor clicking on. I jumped, heart hammering. Just machinery. Just the facility's endless background noise. But when I turned back to the screen, a new detail caught my eye. Kavar's personnel photo stared out from the file, A man with tired eyes and a slight smile. Someone who looked like he belonged on a night shift. Someone like me. And beneath the photo, a notation I'd missed before. Psychological profile flagged for obsessive tendencies and pattern recognition fixation. Rebecca's voice echoed in my memory. You can't let anything go, Keith. You'll chase it until it destroys you. The archive folder contained one more document. Audio file. Kavar's final transmission, timestamped 4:24 a.m., March 14, 1991. My cursor hovered over the play button. I knew I shouldn't listen. Knew that whatever obsession had killed 5 operators before me was already wrapping around my thoughts like wire. But my finger was already moving, already clicking, because that's what I do. That's what I've always done. The speaker crackled with static, and then I heard it. A voice. Rough, damaged, barely human anymore. And I realized with ice flooding my veins that I'd heard that voice before, just hours ago, warning me through the welded door, which meant whatever was happening in Section D hadn't started tonight. It had been waiting for me all along. I found Hank Bergstrom's number in the archived personnel files, scrawled in pencil beside a retirement date from 2012. My hand shook as I dialed. 3:42 a.m. Too late to call anyone. I called anyway. He answered on the first ring. You're calling about Section D. His voice crackled with static I couldn't explain. My phone was digital. Night shift operator, am I right? How did you? Because they always call. He exhaled, long and rattling. What's your name? Keith Randall. Keith. A pause. Request a transfer tomorrow. Don't ask questions, just do it. I need to know what happened to Dennis Kavar. The silence stretched so long I thought he'd hung up. Then, we welded him inside while he screamed. My coffee turned cold against my palm. Reactor went critical at 4:17 a.m. Cooling system failed. Someone had to manually override the failsafe from inside Section D. Hank's breathing grew uneven. Dennis, he volunteered, went in, stabilized it. Saved 200 lives, but the contamination, we couldn't open the door. Protocol, 1 life or 200. I tasted bile. We welded it shut while he begged us not to. Took 8 minutes to seal it properly. He was still conscious. Hank's voice cracked. Still talking to us over the radio. 40 minutes, Keith. 40 minutes before he went silent. 4:25 a.m. The ventilation hummed above me. Too loud, too regular. 5 operators since then, Hank whispered. Every single one started like you, curious, obsessive, couldn't leave it alone. Found them all inside Section D with radiation burns, door still sealed. That's impossible. That's what they all said. I should have hung up. Should have walked to my supervisor's office right then. Instead, I asked, what did they see? Whatever it was, Hank's voice dissolved into static. They followed it inside. The monitor behind me flickered. 4:16 a.m. 1 minute until the door opened. The phone clattered from my hand at 4:17 a.m. On the monitor, the Section D door swung open. Smooth. Silent. The figure emerged in its radiation suit, moving with that mechanical precision I'd watched for 3 nights. It turned toward the camera, visor reflecting fluorescent light, then disappeared from frame. I stood. My chair scraped against linoleum. This time I'd see it myself. confirm it was real, that I wasn't losing my mind like Rebecca always said I would. The corridor stretched ahead, bathed in that sick fluorescent glow. My footsteps echoed too loud against concrete. The ventilation system hummed its constant note, but underneath, was that another sound? Metal groaning? I couldn't tell anymore. Section D's door waited at the corridor's end. 30 feet, 20, 10. I reached out, palm meeting cold steel. The welded seams felt crude under my fingertips, thick ridges of metal fused 33 years ago while a man screamed on the other side. The door was sealed, completely sealed. No hinges that could move, no mechanism that could turn. Yet on the monitor I'd watched it open. My dosimeter hung silent at my hip. No radiation, no breach. The air smelled wrong, metallic, sharp, like ozone after lightning strikes. Something made me turn. Down the corridor, through the control room window, I could see my station. The monitors glowed, and there, in my chair, the figure sat hunched over my keyboard, working my console. Its suited back blocked the screens, but I watched its helmet tilt as if reading temperature logs I'd written myself. I ran, burst through the control room door, empty, just humming monitors and coffee-stained logbooks. But my keyboard, oh God, when I touched the keys they were warm, still warm from someone else's hands. And on the monitor, Section D's door was sealed again, while behind me something breathed against my neck. I stood before Section D at 4:15, 2 minutes early. My fingers traced the welded seams, cold and rough beneath my touch. The faint ozone smell lingered in the corridor, had lingered since I'd first walked this hall nights ago. Or had I only noticed it now? "I know you're in there," I said to the steel. My voice sounded small, foolish. What would you do? Speak to a sealed door in an empty facility at 4 in the morning? But the warmth of my keyboard still haunted my fingertips. Something had touched what I'd touched. Silence answered. The ventilation hummed overhead. Then, 4:17 exactly, the typing started, keys clicking, methodical, precise. The sound came through 6 inches of steel, through welded seams that hadn't moved in 33 years. Impossible, but I heard it. Each keystroke distinct, deliberate. I knocked 3 times. Sharp raps that sent vibration up my knuckles. The typing stopped. "Don't." The voice scraped through the door like metal on bone, rough, damaged, as if the throat producing it had been ruined by screaming. "Don't watch any more." My breath caught. "Who? You're in the loop now," the voice rasped. "Hallucination, contamination, 5 others. They came looking, opened the door, found nothing but radiation." "The operators," I whispered. "The 5 who died, seeking truth." A wet, rattling sound, laughter or sobbing, I couldn't tell. "Please, stop watching. Every time you see, it gets stronger." I pressed my palm flat against the cold steel. "Why does it happen?" Silence stretched. Then, quieter, desperate. "Because you keep asking that question." The corridor lights flickered once, and behind me I heard my console keyboard begin to type, the keys depressed under invisible fingers. Click, click, click. I jerked back from my console, but the typing continued, steady, methodical. The screen filled with radiation exposure logs, my logs, data I'd never accessed. "Stop," I whispered. The voice from Section D crawled through the steel again. "You wanted to understand. Tell me." a sound like breathing through damaged tissue. March 14, 1991, 4:17 a.m. Containment breach. They sealed me. With the source, particles bonded to consciousness, observer-dependent decay. The words made no sense, and yet, every technician who watches strengthens the entanglement. You see me because I need to be seen. The observation itself completes the reaction. My hands trembled. The typing stopped. I fled to the archive terminal, pulling research papers buried in classified folders. Quantum entanglement. Schrödinger's observation collapse. Radiation-induced coherent states. The theory was there. Fringe physics from the 80s. Experiments abandoned because the math suggested consciousness could bind to radioactive decay patterns. If an observer died during exposure, could the observation itself become trapped? I glanced at my dosimeter. 0.03 microsieverts. Yesterday it read 0. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, but the pitch was wrong, half a tone too low. That uncanny hum burrowed into my skull. I hadn't entered Section D, hadn't touched the door. But the readings climbed anyway because watching was the contamination. Seeing was the exposure. I should have logged off. Should have walked to my car, driven until the sun rose, requested immediate transfer like Hank begged. Rebecca always said I couldn't let mysteries go, that my compulsions would destroy me. She was right. But can you imagine knowing something impossible is real and choosing to look away? My fingers opened the live camera feed. Section D corridor, 4:16 a.m. 1 minute until manifestation. I leaned closer to the screen and realized I'd already made my choice. 4:13 a.m. I killed the monitors. The break room door locked from inside, single deadbolt, flimsy but real. I dragged the vending machine across the entrance. It scraped linoleum with a sound like grinding teeth. My hands shook as I wedged a chair under the handle. No cameras in here. No screens. Can't watch if there's nothing to see. The room smelled like stale coffee and plastic, familiar and suffocating. I sat on the cold floor back against the wall, dosimeter clipped to my belt. The vending machine hummed its low monotone. My breath came too fast in the stillness. Rebecca used to tell me I couldn't leave things alone, that I'd pull at loose threads until everything unraveled. Maybe if I just stopped looking, broke the pattern. What would you do knowing the watching itself was killing you? Could you resist? 4:15. I counted heartbeats. The ventilation system whispered overhead. My dosimeter stayed quiet. Maybe this would work. 4:17. Somewhere down the corridor, metal groaned. Low, distant. The sound of massive hinges moving. No. Section D was 300 feet away, through 2 security doors. I couldn't possibly hear, but I did. The welded door opening, slow, deliberate. The echo reached me through walls and sealed corridors, impossible and undeniable. My dosimeter clicked, once, twice. Then the light appeared. Orange glow beneath the break room door. Wrong color, too warm. The kind of light that comes from burning isotopes, from contaminated air ionizing. It crept across the floor toward me like liquid. The metal sound came again, closer now, though that made no sense. Groaning, scraping, as if massive steel was moving just outside my thin door. Click, 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 click. My dosimeter accelerated. The sound filled the tiny room. The smell hit next. Burning metal, sharp and chemical. Ozone like lightning striking concrete. And underneath, decay, organic, sweet and wrong. The vending machine lurched backward. Something pushed from the other side. The door swung open. He stood in the doorway. Radiation suit yellowed with age. The visor. Oh God, the visor was fogged from inside, condensation running down like tears. But there was no face behind it. Just darkness, just absence. The figure extended one gloved hand toward me. My dosimeter screamed, a single sustained shriek. The air tasted like copper, like the moment before your skin blisters. And I understood, finally, what the others had learned too late. They found me at dawn. Morning shift said I was lying outside Section D. My dosimeter screaming, maxed out. Burns covered my hands, my face. The kind of exposure that should have killed me. The door behind me stayed sealed, welded solid, untouched for 33 years. I woke 3 days later in a hospital room that reeked of antiseptic and something underneath. Something that smelled like ozone, like burning metal. The doctors asked what happened. I told them I didn't know. And I didn't, still don't. The last thing I remember, sitting in the break room at 4:13. Then nothing. A hole where 2 hours should be. They showed me the burns, the radiation signature. Told me I was lucky. I nodded, didn't feel lucky. Management offered the desk job 6 weeks later after the skin grafts healed. Daytime hours. Climate-controlled office. No monitoring stations. No overnight shifts. I accepted. What else could I do? Can you imagine trying to explain what I half remembered? What I thought I'd seen? They'd already decided. Equipment malfunction, accidental exposure, case closed. I filed reports, attended meetings, went home to an empty apartment every night at 5:30. For 6 months, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Then Martinez started the overnight shift. Young guy, sharp, reminded me of myself before. He came to my office on a Tuesday afternoon, logbook tucked under his arm. Asked if I knew anything about Section D. My coffee went cold in my hands. He'd logged alarms at 4:17 a.m., checked the cameras, seen something that didn't make sense. I opened my mouth to warn him, then stopped, because I understood finally. Hank had warned me. I hadn't listened. Now Martinez stood there, curiosity bright in his eyes, asking questions I'd asked. The pattern didn't break. It just found someone new to carry it forward. I heard my full name at 2:47 in the morning. Not Kyle, not Hey Man, Kyle Andrew Mercer, whispered through the monitors like someone stood inches from microphone 3. I froze. My coffee had gone cold hours ago, and the booth smelled like stale air and circuit boards. Studio B sprawled beyond the glass, empty. Every shadow exactly where it should be. I rewound the feed. My fingers felt numb on the mixing board, that particular cold that comes from being awake too long in a room without windows. The waveform spiked at 2:47. I isolated the audio and hit play. Kyle Andrew Mercer. The voice was barely there. A breath shaped into syllables, but it knew my name, my full name. I leaned closer to the monitors, and the hum of the equipment seemed louder than it should be, vibrating against my sternum. I played it again. Kyle Andrew Mercer, 1422 Ashland Avenue, Apartment 7, my address. The room tilted. I gripped the edge of the desk. Who would know that? I'd worked here for 3 months. Never mentioned where I lived. Ray barely knew my last name. The overnight shifts were supposed to be simple. Monitor the automated recordings, log any glitches, go home at dawn. I rewound further. Found another spike at 2:38. Colleen. Your mother's name is Colleen. What would you do? Hearing something that shouldn't exist, something that knows you in a way nothing should. My hand started shaking. Not a tremble. A full shake that made the mouse click twice when I tried to save the file. I saved it anyway. The timestamp burned on the screen. 2:47 a.m. and Studio B remained empty. Or at least I couldn't see anyone there. But when I looked at microphone 3, I swear the shadows around it seemed darker than before. I tore through the studio office like a man possessed. Filing cabinets lined the back wall, gray metal doors hanging open as I yanked drawer after drawer. The fluorescent light above me buzzed with a frequency that made my teeth ache. Dust spiraled through the stale air. Each folder I touched left grime on my fingertips. Ray kept records. He had to. Maintenance logs, equipment reports, something. And I found it, tucked behind outdated tax forms, a stack of engineer logbooks bound with cracked leather. The pages exhaled a musty scent when I cracked the first one open. My hands still trembled from the recording session, from hearing my mother's name whispered through microphone 3. I needed answers. I needed to know if this had happened before. The entries were mundane at first, signal tests, calibration notes. Then I flipped to 2019 and saw the name, David Ames. His handwriting was tight, controlled, professional, but 3 pages in, the letters grew jagged. Desperate, Studio B equipment malfunctions after midnight. Audio artifacts in unoccupied room. Voices where there should be silence. I stopped breathing. The next entry was dated a week later. Recommend retiring microphone 3. Something's wrong with the signal path. I keep hearing. The sentence ended mid-thought. The page after it had been torn out. Ragged edges still clinging to the binding. David Ames never wrote another entry. No resignation letter in his file. No forwarding contact information. He just vanished. My phone vibrated against the desk. Sarah's name lit the screen. 3rd call tonight. I let it go to voicemail, my eyes locked on that torn page. What had David heard? What made him rip out that final entry? The fluorescent light flickered. Once. Twice. In the sudden dimness, I noticed something I'd missed. David's last visible words were written in ink that looked too fresh for 6 years old, almost wet in the half-light, and beneath his signature in letters so faint I almost missed them, 2 words were scratched into the paper. Don't play. I stopped going home. The first night after finding that logbook, I dragged a folding chair into the sound booth and waited. The hum of the ventilation system pressed against my eardrums like a hand over my mouth. Studio B sat beyond the glass, dark except for the red standby light on microphone 3, glowing like an eye that never blinked. 2:47 a.m. arrived with a whisper, softer this time, just my name. Kyle. I had every channel isolated, every frequency mapped. My fingers flew across the mixing board, carving out the voice from the ambient noise. The waveform on the monitor showed a pattern, regular, rhythmic, like breathing. Sarah called at 3:15. I watched my phone vibrate across the console, her name lighting up the screen. I didn't reach for it. Couldn't. Because the whisper came again, and this time it said, "Please, would you have answered? Or would you have done what I did?" Leaned closer to the speakers, turned the volume up until that single word filled your skull. Night 2. Night 3. I brought coffee that went cold. Brought food I didn't eat. The studio smelled like stale air and my own sweat, sharp and sour. Sarah stopped calling, started texting instead. "Are you okay? I'm worried." "Kyle, please." The whispers grew teeth. They came earlier each night. 2:50, 2:49. Louder, more desperate, clawing through the static. I mapped every occurrence, built a database of fragments, syllables that almost made sense. Then, on the seventh night, at exactly 2:47 a.m., microphone 3 captured a complete sentence. My blood went cold as I played it back. "Release me from the playback loop." The voice wasn't asking. It was begging. And I realized, oh God, can you imagine? Someone was trapped inside the recording itself. But what I didn't know yet was that David Ames had written those warnings for a reason I couldn't escape. I spent the next 4 hours isolating frequencies. My fingers moved across the mixing board until they cramped, pulling the voice out of the static layer by layer. The hiss peeled back like dead skin. The booth smelled like burnt coffee and the ozone tang of overheated equipment. I hadn't opened a window in days. At 5:30 a.m., the voice came through clean. "My name is David Ames." The words were crisp, cold. "If you're hearing this, you've gone too far already." I froze. The voice that had been whispering my name for 7 nights now spoke in full sentences, clear as someone sitting beside me in the dark. I was working overnight in 2019. Session glitch at 2:47 a.m. I tried to fix it. A pause. Static breathed underneath. I looped my own voice into microphone 3. Didn't realize what I'd done until the audio distorted. Screaming erupted through my headphones. I ripped them off, but the voice continued through the monitor speakers. "Trapped inside the playback. 6 years, Kyle. 6 years of cycling through the same moment. Over and over, you have to release me." My hands shook. He knew my name. Of course he did. He'd been whispering it all week. But hearing it now in this calm, desperate plea, play the file at 2:47 a.m., route it through the main speakers. That's the only way out. The recording ended. Silence pressed against my eardrums like water. I sat there, staring at the waveform on the screen, watching it pulse with each breath I took. Could a consciousness really be trapped inside a sound file? What would you do if someone begged you for help from inside a machine? I should have walked away. Called Ray, called Sarah, hell, called anyone. But I didn't. Something in David's voice hooked into my chest, a loneliness that mirrored my own. I thought about him cycling through that same instant for 6 years while the world moved on without him, while people forgot, while his warnings in the logbook gathered dust. I queued the file for 2:47 a.m. The timestamp glowed green on my monitor. 20 hours and 17 minutes until playback. I leaned back in my chair and the leather creaked in a way that sounded almost wrong, too wet, too organic. My phone buzzed. Sarah's name lit the screen. I let it go to voicemail. Outside, dawn crept through the parking lot, but I didn't leave. I couldn't. The file sat there in the queue, waiting. David Ames waited inside it, counting down the seconds until I freed him. I just had to press play. But something about the way the booth smelled now, like copper beneath the coffee, made me wonder if freedom was really what waited at 2:47. The clock reads 2:46. My finger hovers over the play button. 20 hours of waiting collapse into 60 seconds. The booth smells like stale coffee and ozone, something electric beneath the familiar. I can hear my own breathing through the headphones, too loud, too fast. 2:47. I hit play. The speakers erupt. Not David's voice. Mine screaming, begging. Words I never spoke tearing through the air. Please, no, please, God, someone help me. I've been here for years. I can't get out. I can't. My throat is dry. I'm not speaking. But that's my voice. My exact inflection. The way I swallow between words. The mixing board vibrates under my palms. The overhead lights flicker. Studio BS soundproof door rattles in its frame like something is trying to escape. Or get in. Can you imagine hearing yourself beg for mercy when your mouth is shut? The monitors flash white. One by one they blow out with wet pops that smell like burning plastic. Smoke curls from the center screen. Silence. Total. Absolute. The kind of quiet that presses against your eardrums. Then, footsteps. Soft. Deliberate. Coming from inside Studio B, I press my face against the booth window. The glass is ice cold despite the summer heat. Through the dim emergency lighting, I see a figure standing at microphone 3. Same height as me. Same build. The air around it shimmers like heat waves over asphalt. My hand finds the window. Breath fogs the glass. The figure turns. Oh, it's wearing my face. It started walking toward me. Each footstep echoed through Studio B. Deliberate, measured, like someone remembering how legs worked. The burnt plastic smell still clung to the air, mixing with something else now, something metallic and sharp that coated the back of my throat. I should have moved, run, locked the door. I couldn't. My muscles had turned to stone, every nerve ending screaming contradictions at my brain. That was my face crossing the studio floor. My gait, my height. The way my left shoulder dipped slightly when I walked. A habit from years of hunching over mixing boards. The double reached the booth window. It stopped inches from the glass, head tilted at an angle that felt wrong. Too far, too curious. Like it was studying me, learning me. I watched its chest rise and fall, breathing in perfect sync with mine. When I exhaled, it exhaled. When my heart hammered against my ribs, I swear I could see its pulse jump in its throat. Then it raised its right hand, pressed it flat against the glass. The cold hit me first. A shock of winter air that shouldn't exist in the temperature-controlled booth. I looked down at my own right hand, still gripping the edge of the mixing board, knuckles white. But on the glass, oh God, on the glass, a handprint appeared on my side. Perfect. Aligned exactly with the double's palm. Moisture beading at the edges. The whorls of fingerprints I'd know anywhere because I'd seen them every day of my 28 years. I hadn't moved my hand. The realization crawled up my spine like ice water. Have you ever felt your body betray you? Felt yourself somewhere you shouldn't be? I was looking through the glass, but I wasn't on the right side anymore. Somehow, impossibly, I was inside, trapped in the audio system, the playback loop, the recording that had screamed my future in my own voice. The double was free. And then, the door handle turned, metal grinding against metal. The booth door, the one I'd locked hours ago, swung open on hinges that suddenly refused to squeak. The double stepped across the threshold, its shoes making no sound on the floor I'd walked across 1,000 times. I tried to scream. My mouth opened, my lungs pushed air. Nothing came out but silence. My mouth opens. No sound, I try again. Nothing, not even breath because I don't have lungs anymore, just awareness. Formless. Trapped inside the hum of circuits and copper wire. The booth smells like burning ozone, sharp and chemical, like the air after lightning strikes too close. The double, my double, stands 3 feet away. It moves with my gait, my slight limp from the torn meniscus 2 years ago. It rolls my shoulders the way I do after sitting too long. It doesn't look at where I am because I'm nowhere. The figure walks to the mixing board. My fingers tap the power button. The monitors die. One by one, click, click, click. Methodical, calm. Then it grabs my jacket from the chair back and leaves through the booth door. I want to follow, but I can't move. Can you imagine that? Not being paralyzed, but simply not existing in space anymore. Then the vision shifts. Security camera feed. Parking lot angle. Grainy green night vision glow. I'm seeing through the studio's surveillance system. Somehow. The double walks across wet asphalt, rain catching in the overhead light, and unlocks my Honda with my key fob. The brake lights flare red. The engine turns over. My car pulls out of the lot at 2:51 a.m. Gone. The feed cuts to black. I'm alone in the static, and then I feel it. The pull, backward through time like a fishing line reeling in. The booth reassembles around me, not as a place I can touch, but as data I perceive. The timestamp in the corner of the dead monitor reads 2:47 a.m. It repeats, 2:47 a.m. I watch myself, the real me, the old me, sit at the mixing board. I watch my hands cue the isolated file. I watch my finger hover over play. Then the explosion of sound, the shake, the silence. 2:47 a.m. Again. The same 4 minutes. Over and over. I'm caught in the playback loop, experiencing my own displacement on infinite repeat, and the worst part is that I remember every single cycle. They don't overwrite each other. They stack, layer upon layer of the same terror. How long has it been? Hours, days. I try to surface, to push against the current. Something gives. I feel pressure, not physical, but vibrational, frequency-based. I force myself toward the microphone input. Toward microphone 3 in Studio B I surface, gasping. But I'm not breathing. I'm pulsing through the diaphragm, vibrating the air itself. And for one brief second I exist as sound instead of silence. Then the loop catches me again and drags me back under. But I'd felt it. The edge. The possibility of reaching whoever comes next. The question was whether they'd listen, or whether they'd make the same mistake I did. I focused everything I had on microphone 3. The connection felt like threading a needle in the dark. My consciousness, if I could still call it that, compressed into a single point. A whisper, a breath. I pushed myself toward the cold metal mesh of the microphone in Studio B, feeling the electrical hum beneath its surface. My voice crackled through, static first, then words. Kyle Mercer. It came out wrong. Hollow. Like air escaping from something already dead. I tried again. 1503 Brennan Street. The words scattered across the frequency spectrum. I had to hold them together, keep them coherent. But the loops made it difficult. Time folded back on itself every few minutes, and each cycle took something from me. A memory, a sensation, pieces I couldn't afford to lose. Mother's maiden name, C. Caldwell. My voice trembled through the speakers. Would anyone hear? Would they believe? Can you imagine losing yourself one word at a time? I repeated the information. Address, mother's maiden name, my employee ID number, anything to prove I was real, that I existed. That Kyle Mercer wasn't the man who drove home in my car, but something felt off. The studio air tasted metallic through the audio sensors, wrong, like copper pennies dissolving on a tongue I no longer had. And my memories, they weren't sitting right anymore. David Ames, the logbook entry, the warnings he left behind. Wait, I surfaced again at 2:47, whispered my name, my address. The loop reset. I tried to remember David Ames's handwriting in that logbook. The date, 2019, 6 years ago. But the memory shifted when I touched it. David Ames hadn't written those warnings as an engineer documenting strange sounds. The handwriting was too desperate, too fragmented, just like mine would be now if I still had hands to write with. Oh, no, David Ames hadn't quit. David Ames had been trapped here, before me, inside this same loop. And if he'd been here since 2019, then who had he replaced? The realization tore through me like feedback screaming through blown speakers. This wasn't a 6-year-old glitch. The loop was older. How much older? How many voices were cycling through Studio B right now? All of us whispering our names into the void, hoping someone would listen. The footsteps were different. I'd looped through 2:47 a.m. so many times that I knew the rhythm of silence. How the air conditioning cycled, how the walls settled. But this was new, heavier, purposeful. Someone had arrived. Hope surged through my fragmented consciousness like electricity through dead wires. I pushed toward microphone 3, dragging myself through the audio system circuitry. The metal casing hummed cold beneath what used to be my awareness. I could taste copper, smell old dust trapped in foam padding. When you exist as pure sound, you feel everything the equipment feels. The door to Studio B opened. Sneakers squeaked against tile. A woman's voice, young, muttered something about the thermostat. I heard the rustle of a jacket being removed, the hollow thunk of a coffee mug on the mixing board. She sat down in my chair. I gathered every scrap of myself and whispered her name through the diaphragm. Maya, the chair creaked. She'd heard something. I knew that pause, the head tilt, the breath held, the finger hovering over the rewind button. I'd done it myself, hadn't I? How long ago? Days, years? Hello, she called out. I pushed harder. Maya Foster, help. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. She was isolating the frequency, pulling me out of the ambient noise. What would you do if you heard your name spoken by empty air? Would you run? Or would curiosity anchor you to that chair? She didn't run. I watched through the glass, or I remembered watching, or I hallucinated watching, as she scrolled through waveforms. Her eyes narrowed, she played the segment back. My voice emerged from the speakers, clearer now, desperate. Don't, don't play the file. But she was already searching, already finding it. The isolated recording with my consciousness trapped inside. Her mouse cursor hovered over the play button. 2:46 a.m. glowed on the clock. 1 minute left. She clicked load. She clicks play. The sound erupts, my voice, my scream, my desperate plea broadcast through speakers at maximum volume. I feel it. Oh God, I feel the pull. Like hooks buried in my chest, dragging me forward through layers of static and digital haze. The booth temperature drops, freezing. My consciousness stretches between 2 points, here in the endless loop, and there in Studio B where Maya sits frozen, headphones askew. But something's wrong. The pull intensifies, splitting me wider, thinner. I'm not moving toward freedom. I'm expanding. And Maya, she gasps, gripping the desk as her breath fogs the air. Her eyes widen. She hears it now, not just my voice, but all of us. David Ames whispering coordinates. Someone older, fragmented, begging in a language I don't recognize. We're a chorus of the trapped, humming through copper wires and circuit boards. The clock resets. 2:47 a.m. Can you imagine what that feels like? To fracture into sound itself. Maya stumbles backward, but she doesn't leave. She just stares at microphone 3, listening. Somewhere beyond these walls, my doppelganger wakes in my bed, my apartment, my life, Sarah's warmth beside him. He'll brush his teeth with my toothbrush, drive my car, live, and I'll surface again next week, next month, whispering names to the next curious engineer who works the graveyard shift. Studio B hums, the loop tightens. We wait in the frequency between silence and sound, trapped in the 2:47 that never ends. The sleeping bag is still warm. I crouch on the concrete floor of floor 32, my hand hovering an inch above the fabric. Heat radiates against my palm. Someone was here, minutes ago, maybe less. My flashlight beam catches the uniform hanging from an exposed pipe overhead. Security gray, pressed creases. The name tag glints under the light. Nathan Graves. My name, my uniform, but I'm wearing mine right now. The badge number underneath makes my throat tighten. 1847. My old badge. The one I lost 8 months ago during the brownout on floor 18. The one that was supposed to be deactivated. I pull my tablet from my belt with shaking fingers. The checkpoint log glows in the darkness. 2:17 a.m. 2 scans recorded, both using badge 1847 and badge 2139. Mine. 40 seconds apart. I've been alone in this building for 6 hours. 40 floors of empty offices and locked doors. Just me and the hum of ventilation systems. Just me and the motion sensor lights clicking on and off as I walk my routes. Except, I wasn't alone. My breath clouds in the cold air. The renovation stripped this floor down to bare concrete and dangling wires 3 months ago, but nobody's touched it since. No construction crew, no daytime staff, just an empty shell that smells like dust and something metallic I can't place. A coffee cup sits beside the sleeping bag. Steam curls from the surface. What would you do? Your hands are trembling. Your radio feels heavy on your hip. You could call it in right now, But who would believe you? I lean closer to the cup. The smell hits me, cheap break room coffee, 2 sugars, the way I take mine. Then I hear it. Boot steps. Echoing in the stairwell. Heavy, deliberate. Climbing toward floor 32. Climbing toward me. But what I didn't know yet was that whoever wore that uniform knew exactly when I'd find it. My mind keeps circling back to that first night. 2 weeks before I found the sleeping bag, before I understood what was happening. It was 2:17 a.m. when I reached floor 32. Just another checkpoint on another shift. The building stretched silent above and below me, 40 floors of empty offices and me the only living thing moving through them. I pressed my badge to the scanner. Beep. Then, beep again. I froze. The second tone came half a second after the first, like an echo that didn't quite match. My tablet vibrated in my hand. I glanced down at the log screen, expecting the usual single entry. 2 scans, both time-stamped, both showing my badge number. One at 2:17 a.m., one at 2:16 a.m. I stared at the screen. That wasn't possible. I'd been in the stairwell a minute ago, nowhere near the scanner. The renovation floor spread out before me, gutted concrete, exposed wiring, shadows pooling in every corner. Dust hung thick in the air, mixing with something else. Something faintly sweet, like coffee with too much cream. But I was holding my thermos. Black, no sugar, the way I always drank it. I turned in a slow circle, flashlight cutting through the darkness. Nothing. No one. Just the hum of the HVAC system and my own breathing. System glitch, I muttered. My voice sounded too loud, swallowed immediately by the empty space. But my stomach twisted anyway. Because the scanner didn't malfunction. It never malfunctioned. I should have reported it right then. Should have called Helen, documented everything. But what would I even say? That the computer hiccuped. That I smelled phantom coffee. I backed toward the stairwell, unable to shake the feeling that the darkness behind me was occupied. The checkpoint log would haunt me for days. But what I didn't know yet, what I couldn't have known, was that someone had been watching me struggle with that tablet, studying my confusion with perfect, silent patience. I couldn't leave it alone. Back at the security desk, the monitor glow painted my hands blue as I clicked through the system logs. 1 night back, 2 nights, 5. The keyboard clacked in the empty lobby, each keystroke echoing off marble walls. My coffee had gone cold hours ago, but I kept drinking it anyway. The bitter taste keeping me focused. Floor 32, every single night. 2:17 a.m., double scan. 2:18 a.m., double scan. 1:59 a.m., double scan. The timestamps varied by 30 seconds, sometimes 90, but always 2 scans. Both logged to badge number 2143, my badge, the one clipped to my belt right now. I printed the report. 8 pages of proof. The paper felt heavy in my hands, still warm from the printer, smelling like toner and something else. Something stale. Old air. Like the building itself was exhaling through the vents. Helen Price answered on the 4th ring. Nathan, it's 7 a.m. What? The system's showing double scans. Floor 32, every night for over a week. Silence. Then a sigh. Software error. Happens during renovation phases. The crew's probably testing badge readers. There's no crew up there, I said. I check it every night, it's completely empty. Then it's a glitch, her voice flat and dismissive. I'll submit a ticket to it. Don't worry about it. But what she didn't know, what she couldn't know from her daytime shifts, was that the pattern was too perfect to be random. I stopped sleeping well after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those timestamps, heard the double beep of the scanner, felt the weight of someone else's presence on that empty floor, moving through the darkness exactly 1 minute behind me. Or was it 1 minute ahead? And when I finally did sleep, I dreamed of walking my rounds, only to find my own footprints already pressed into the dust. I logged into the admin portal at 3:47 a.m. The screen's blue glow made my eyes ache, but sleep wasn't coming anyway, so I pulled up my badge history instead. The keyboard clicks echoed too loud in the empty lobby. Each tap another second of the shift I couldn't get through fast enough. My current badge, number 2035, showed 8 months of scans. Clean, predictable. The system had issued it after I lost my original during that brownout on floor 18. I remembered that night. The lights dying floor by floor. The emergency generators coughing to life. My badge, gone. Somewhere in the darkness between stairwells. Helen deactivated the old badge immediately. Standard protocol. Badge number 1847 dead in the system by morning. I pulled up the deactivation record. February 9th. Timestamp. 0900 hours. Status. Inactive. But what I found next made my coffee taste like copper on my tongue. I ran a scan history for badge 1847, and the screen filled with entries, recent entries. The deactivated badge had logged 32 scans in the past month. I scrolled through the timestamps, my pulse hammering against my throat. Every single scan occurred between 1:55 and 2:20 a.m. Every single scan registered on floor 32. Someone was wearing my old badge. Someone who knew exactly when I made my rounds, who moved through the building like a ghost, always just ahead or just behind me. The fluorescent lights above me buzzed, a sound like insects trapped behind glass. I clicked deeper into the logs, my hands shaking now, because I needed to see the pattern, needed to understand who was living in my shadow. And that's when I noticed the first scan from the deactivated badge. It appeared exactly 30 days ago. On the same night, I'd started finding the double entries on floor 32. I decided to catch him early. 1:58 a.m. The stairwell door on floor 32 closed behind me with a metallic click that echoed down through 40 floors of empty concrete. I killed my flashlight and the darkness swallowed everything whole. The checkpoint scanner glowed faint blue near the east wall, the only light in the gutted space. Exposed wiring hung from the ceiling like dead nerves. The air tasted like dust and something chemical, paint thinner maybe. I moved behind a concrete support pillar and crouched, waited. The cold from the floor seeped through my uniform pants. My knees ached. I checked my watch. The dim glow read 2:01. 12 minutes until he usually appeared. 12 minutes of listening to my own breathing and the distant hum of the building's ventilation system. Can you imagine sitting in complete darkness, knowing someone has been watching you for weeks, knowing they've stolen your identity and memorized your every movement? My hand rested on the radio clipped to my belt, but I didn't call it in. Helen would just dismiss it again. System glitch, paranoia, sleep deprivation, 208, 209. The silence pressed against my eardrums. I could hear my pulse, but what I heard at 2:13 made my breath catch in my throat. The stairwell door opened. Not the screech of rusted hinges, this was smooth, controlled. Someone who knew exactly how to move through this building without making noise. Footsteps followed. Boot heels on concrete, even, measured. The same pace I used during rounds. The checkpoint beeped. I flicked on my flashlight and flooded the space with white light. Nothing. The checkpoint scanner's screen showed a successful scan. Badge number 1847. My deactivated badge, but the space in front of it was empty. Just exposed concrete and shadows and hanging plastic sheeting that didn't move. The air, though, oh God, the air had changed. It smelled like coffee, fresh brewed, and beneath that, the sharp tang of human sweat. Someone had been standing there 3 seconds ago, and then I heard the breathing behind me. I spun around. Nothing. Just exposed concrete and shadows stretching away from my flashlight beam. But the breathing, it had been right there, close enough to feel. My hand shook as I swept the light across the gutted floor. The smell of coffee and sweat still hung in the air, thick and human. Real. Then I saw it. Behind a stack of drywall sheets in the corner, a dark green sleeping bag crumpled against the wall. My boots crunched over construction debris as I approached. The fabric was still warm when I crouched down and touched it. Not just warm, recently occupied. A coffee cup sat beside it, half full, steam rising. Can you imagine finding proof that someone's been sleeping 20 feet from where you stand? That they've been here for weeks, maybe months, and you never knew. I pulled back the sleeping bag. Underneath, energy drink cans, 6 of them, protein bar wrappers, a water bottle, and hanging from an exposed pipe above, a security uniform. My uniform. The name tag caught my flashlight beam. Nathan Graves. I leaned closer, throat tightening. The badge number embroidered below the name. 1847. My deactivated badge. The one I lost 8 months ago. But what I found next made my blood run cold. A spiral notebook lay tucked inside the sleeping bag. I flipped it open with trembling fingers. Page after page of handwritten notes. Times, floor numbers, routes. 2:17 a.m., floor 32, east stairwell. 1:43 a.m., floor 18, west elevator bay. 3:06 a.m., lobby, coffee break, 6 minutes, every checkpoint, every pattern. Every habit I'd developed over 8 months of overnight shifts, documented, studied, memorized. The handwriting looked almost like mine, but the letters slanted wrong, too precise, too deliberate. Someone had been living here, watching me, becoming me. And then I heard it, footsteps in the stairwell again, climbing up, getting closer. The footsteps echoed closer, climbing, deliberate. My hand shot to the radio clipped at my belt. I fumbled with the volume dial, brought it to my lips, static. Dead, hissing static that filled the silence like television snow. Control, this is. This is Graves on 32. I need nothing. Just that crackling emptiness that meant I was completely alone up here. The footsteps continued their steady rhythm, boot soles striking concrete in the stairwell. Getting closer. I backed toward the opposite exit, keeping my flashlight trained on the stairwell door. My heart hammered against my ribs. The beam trembled in my grip. I could smell the concrete dust thick in the air, and something else underneath it. Something familiar, coffee, sweat. The exact smell of my own uniform after a long shift. The footsteps stopped, just stopped. I froze, listened. The silence pressed against my eardrums like water pressure. Can you imagine that kind of quiet? When even your own breathing sounds like a scream. Then I saw it. A shadow stretched across the bare concrete wall beside the stairwell entrance, long and thin, cast by the motion sensor lights inside. Human-shaped, wearing the peaked cap of a security guard. The silhouette didn't move, but I could see the slight rise and fall of shoulders. Breathing. But what happened next made my blood turn to ice water. Nathan. The voice came from the stairwell. Calm, steady. It was my voice. Not similar, not close. Exactly mine. The same timbre, the same slight rasp from too many years of cheap coffee and midnight shifts. I'd heard recordings of myself. I knew what I sounded like. This was identical. Nathan, I know you're there. The shadow on the wall shifted. A hand reached for the door handle. I ran. The door slammed behind me. Metal shrieked against concrete as I bolted down the corridor. My boots hammered against tile. Behind me, footsteps matching my rhythm, same weight, same pace. I didn't look back. Stairwell B. I threw myself through the door and took the steps 3 at a time. Cold air rushed up from below, carrying the smell of old dust and something else, something sharp, like sweat-soaked fabric left too long in darkness. The footsteps followed. Not faster, not slower, exactly my speed. Floor 28, 25. My lungs burned. I risked a glance at the landing window as I rounded the corner there. In the reflection, same height, same build, same uniform stretched across familiar shoulders, but the badge photo on his chest. It looked washed out, faded, like a photograph left too long in sunlight. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that? Wrong in ways you can't quite name. I hit the lobby at full sprint. The security desk monitors glowed ahead like a lifeline. I grabbed the chair, pulled up the surveillance system with shaking hands. Floor 32. Camera 14. I scrolled back through the footage. Tonight. Yesterday. 3 days ago. My stomach dropped. The same 60-second loop, over and over. The empty checkpoint. The concrete pillar. Identical in every frame, for 16 days straight. Someone had edited the recordings. But that meant they'd accessed the security system, had root credentials, had been watching me watch nothing while the monitor flickered. All 40 cameras cut to black simultaneously. Then one by one they blinked back on. Every screen showed the same image now. Floor 32, camera 14, live feed. A figure stood in front of the checkpoint, staring directly up at the camera, wearing my face. I ran. Down the fire exit, boots hammering concrete, breath tearing through my chest like broken glass. The parking garage. Underground. Thick walls. Somewhere I could think without 40 cameras broadcasting my terror. The auxiliary office door hung open. I threw myself inside and dragged the metal desk across the threshold. It screeched against the floor, a sound that made my teeth ache, but it held. I shoved a filing cabinet against it. Then a chair. The air down here tasted like motor oil and concrete dust. My shirt clung to my back, soaked through with cold sweat. I could hear my pulse in my ears, that hollow thumping that drowns out everything else. The backup terminal sat in the corner, coated in dust. I jabbed the power button, waited, the fan whirred to life. I needed answers, the brownout, 8 months ago, the night I lost my badge. My fingers trembled over the keyboard as I navigated to archived footage. February 14th, floor 18, 1:43 a.m. The night the power died for 6 minutes and came back wrong. I found the file, clicked play. Grainy footage showed the 18th floor hallway. Emergency lights casting everything in sickly green. Then I appeared on screen, myself, moving toward the stairwell, flashlight beam cutting through darkness. I watched myself disappear through the door. The timestamp rolled forward. 1 minute, 2, 5. But what I saw next would crack open everything I thought I understood. At 1:52 a.m., the stairwell door opened again. Another figure stepped into the hallway wearing my uniform, my boots, my cap. I leaned closer to the screen, pulse roaring. The figure paused directly beneath camera 4. Slowly, so slowly, it tilted its head back, stared straight into the lens. The face, oh God, the face was mine, not similar, not close. Identical, every line, every angle. The same exhaustion carved into the features. The same 2-day stubble. The same small scar above the left eyebrow from a childhood fall I never told anyone about. But something in the eyes was wrong. Too focused. Too aware. Like looking at a photograph of yourself where the expression doesn't match any memory you have of that moment. The figure on the screen smiled. Not a friendly smile, not a nervous smile, a smile that said, "I see you. I've always seen you." It reached up and adjusted the badge hanging from its chest. Badge number 1847. My deactivated badge. The one I reported lost. The one that should have been destroyed. Then the figure walked away, boots echoing down the hallway, and disappeared around the corner like it owned the place. The footage ended. I sat there, hands frozen on the desk. Have you ever watched something that shouldn't exist? Something that breaks the rules of what's possible? My phone buzzed in my pocket. Once, twice, 3 times. I pulled it out with shaking fingers. The screen glowed blue in the darkness of the garage office. One new message from my own number. I stared at it. The notification sat there waiting. My thumb hovered over the screen. What do you do when you get a text from yourself? I opened it, and what I read made the walls close in. The text message glowed on my phone screen. 3 words from my own number. "Welcome home, Nathan." I stared at it until the letters blurred, until footsteps echoed in the parking garage above. Voices, the day shift. I bolted up the stairs, legs screaming. The lobby lights had switched to morning mode, warmer, softer, almost kind. Jennifer from accounting was scanning in. Marcus adjusted his tie near the elevator bank. Normal people living normal lives. Helen Price stood at the security desk, arms crossed. "There's someone in the building," I said, my voice cracked. "Floor 32. He's been living there. He has my old badge." Nathan." She held up her tablet. "I pulled the night logs when you didn't answer your radio." She turned the screen toward me. 1 scan per checkpoint. All mine, all normal times, no double entries, no anomalies. That's, that's not possible. I saw him. I saw the footage. What footage? She swiped through the archived files. Everything's clean. You've been working doubles for 2 weeks. Maybe you need to take some time. I pushed past her, up the stairwell. 32 floors, lungs burning with each flight. The renovation floor smelled like fresh paint and morning air from open windows. The sleeping bag was gone. The uniform, the notebook, even the coffee cup. Concrete floor swept clean. But what I found in its absence would fracture everything I thought I knew about that night. Back at the security desk, Helen handed me coffee. Drink. You look terrible. The ceramic mug warmed my shaking hands. I lifted it, took a sip. Too sweet. The sugar coated my tongue, thick and wrong. I don't take sugar, never have. But I watched my hand reach for another sip anyway, like it knew something I'd forgotten. I set the mug down. My reflection stared back from the black monitor screen between shifts. Same tired eyes, same uniform, but the badge photo clipped to my chest looked slightly washed out, faded at the edges, like it had been deactivated 8 months ago. I touched my face. The reflection touched back. Jennifer walked behind me in the screen's surface, chatting on her phone, oblivious. Helen was already walking away. Go home, Nathan. Get some sleep. I stood, picked up my coffee, drank again despite the wrongness. My fingers found the checkpoint scanner without thinking, muscle memory guiding me through the route I'd always known. I understood then. Standing in that lobby with morning sun streaming through glass doors. I'd been here before, not as the hunter, but as the one who'd waited in the dark, who'd learned every route, who'd slipped into an empty space and made it mine. The brownout, floor 18, 8 months ago, I'd never left, and whoever had been wearing this badge before me, he was gone now, erased as cleanly as the sleeping bag on floor 32. Because there could only ever be one Nathan Graves working nights at Thornhill Tower. I scanned out at the front desk. The system beeped once. Normal. Clean. I stepped into the morning cold, and the sun felt like a memory from someone else's life. Behind me, the building rose 40 floors into pale sky. Tomorrow night, I'd be back, scanning checkpoints, walking empty halls, waiting to see who else might lose their badge in the dark. The voices woke me at 3 in the morning. I sat up in the narrow trailer bed, heart already racing. Laughter echoed across the 50 yards between my window and the cave mouth. Clear, distinct. A woman's voice asking about stalactites. A man responding with facts I'd memorized months ago. Impossible. The last tour ended at 6. I pressed my face against the cold glass. Darkness swallowed the landscape beyond my porch light, but the cave entrance gaped like an open mouth. No flashlights, no headlamps, just that steady murmur of conversation drifting through Kentucky night air. The voices didn't fade, they multiplied. I grabbed my flashlight and jacket. My boots hit gravel and the autumn cold bit through my shirt. 50 yards felt like 50 miles. The voices grew louder with each step. Casual chatter, someone laughing at a joke I couldn't hear, footsteps on stone echoing from deep inside. Can you imagine walking toward sounds that shouldn't exist? The cave mouth exhaled damp limestone breath. I clicked on my flashlight. The beam cut through absolute darkness, illuminating the familiar walkway, the metal railings, the first limestone formations. Empty, completely empty, but the voices continued. They came from deeper in, past the main chamber, past the tour route, toward the section we sealed off years ago. I stepped onto the limestone path. Water dripped in rhythm somewhere ahead. The mineral smell wrapped around me, thick and ancient. Then I saw them, boot prints, fresh mud, leading down the walkway. My throat tightened. The prints were clear, recent, wet enough to gleam under my flashlight beam. They tracked straight through the main chamber, past the safety barriers, toward the rusted chains marking the restricted tunnels. The voices called from beyond those chains, laughing like nothing was wrong. I followed the prints into the darkness. I ducked under the rusted chain, the metal groaning against the limestone. The smell hit me first, old iron and something sour, like wet earth left too long in darkness. My flashlight beam followed the boot prints deeper into tunnels I hadn't walked since. Wait, I'd never walked these tunnels. I started here 6 months ago. The restricted section was already sealed when I arrived. My breath fogged in front of me, thick white clouds that shouldn't exist this far underground. The temperature had dropped. I could feel it through my jacket, a cold that pressed against my skin like wet fabric. Water dripped somewhere ahead, steady, rhythmic, too rhythmic, drip, 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 like a metronome counting down. The boot prints continued, tracking mud through dust that looked undisturbed for years. The contradiction made my chest tighten. I followed them around a bend where the ceiling dropped low enough to force me into a crouch. My palms scraped against limestone, gritty and damp. The prints stopped. Dead end. Solid rock face. I swept the flashlight across the wall and the beam caught fresh scratches in the stone. Letters gouged deep, the edges still pale. Tour 340 emergency exit failed, guide trapped oxygen 4 hours. Below it, carved in smaller letters, December 19th, 2024. Today's date. My hand trembled. The flashlight beam shook across the wall. Can you imagine finding your own warning, your own handwriting in stone you've never touched? Behind me, the voices grew louder, not echoing from the main chamber anymore. Closer, moving through solid rock, through limestone that should block all sound. Footsteps approached from inside the wall itself, dozens of them, all walking toward me through impossible space. The voice came through the limestone, clearer now. A tour guide's practiced cadence, echoing facts about mineral deposits and water tables. I pressed my palm against the cold stone. The vibrations buzzed against my skin, words bleeding through solid rock. Blackwater Cave formed over 2 million years ago. And no, that's my voice. I stumbled back. The sound followed me, bouncing off the walls, layering over itself. My own inflections, my own pauses for effect. Reciting facts I'd memorized 6 months ago, but the order was wrong, starting with geological history instead of safety protocols. What would you do, hearing yourself speak from inside the earth? I dropped to my knees in the mud. My flashlight beam trembled across the boot prints leading to this dead end. I lifted my right foot, pressed it beside the nearest print. The tread pattern matched exactly. Every ridge, every worn patch near the heel where I drag slightly when I'm tired. The cold mud squelched between my fingers as I traced the outline. Mine, all mine. The phantom footsteps grew louder, dozens of shoes on stone shuffling closer. Laughter echoed from somewhere ahead, tourists amused by some joke I couldn't hear. I spun, flashlight cutting through darkness. The tunnel behind me stretched empty. No movement, no bodies, just that voice. My voice, droning on about limestone formations. Then my beam caught something metallic lodged in the silt near the wall. Another flashlight, half buried, caked in dried mud. My hand shook as I reached for it, fingers closing around the cold aluminum cylinder. I lifted it free. Oh, oh God! The metal was warm, still warm as if someone had been holding it seconds ago. The warmth of the second flashlight seeped into my palm. Metal that should have been cold as the limestone around me. I dropped it, backed away. My mind raced back to 6 months ago, to the morning I'd signed the paperwork in Corrine, Shelby's cramped office above the gift shop. "You're running from something," she'd said, not a question. I'd stared at the contract. Atlanta, bad breakup, dead-end job, the usual. Her eyes held mine. 50-something, weathered face, hands that knew rope and rock. "This isn't a hiding place, Blake. It's quiet, but not always peaceful. Quiet is exactly what I need." She'd poured coffee that smelled like burnt earth and slid a mug across the desk. "There was an incident in 2011. A guide named Garrett Finley went down for a late inspection. Never came back up. We searched for 3 days, found nothing. No body, no equipment, no explanation." I took the mug. The warmth felt good. "What happened to him?" "Don't know," her voice dropped. "But we sealed the back tunnels after that, chain barrier. No one goes past the main tour route now, no exceptions." "Understood." "I'm serious, Blake," she leaned forward. "You hear anything strange down there, you leave. You don't investigate, you don't linger, you come up." "What would you do? Take a job in a cave where someone vanished without a trace?" I needed the isolation, the distance, the chance to stop thinking about everything I'd left behind. I moved into the trailer 50 yards from the cave entrance. Small, sparse, weak cell signal, perfect, 4 tour a day, same script, same jokes. Tourists laughed at the stalactite formations, gasped at the echo chamber, filed out satisfied. For 5 months and 3 weeks I heard nothing unusual. Water dripping in rhythm, wind whistling through cracks, the settling groan of ancient stone, until this week. The voices started small. A whisper I convinced myself was wind. Laughter I blamed on acoustic tricks. Footsteps that stopped when I turned around. I told myself caves played with sound, warped it, made you hear things that weren't there. But tonight, holding that warm flashlight in the dark, I understood something Corrine had been too afraid to say. Garrett Finley never left these tunnels, and neither would I. I climbed out at dawn. My hands still shook from holding that impossible warmth in the darkness. Inside the trailer, I opened the park records on my laptop. The keys felt cold under my fingertips. Damp paper smell rose from the file box Corrine had left me during orientation. Incident reports, tour logs, maintenance sheets yellowed at the edges. I needed to understand Tour 340. The logs ran sequential. Tour 337, Tour 338, Tour 339, and then nothing. The date beside 339 matched the day Garrett Finley disappeared. Tour 340 had never happened. My breath caught, but I'd heard it. I'd followed its footprints. I'd seen the warning scratched with today's date, the countdown, the emergency exit notation. Can you imagine finding proof that something impossible exists? I searched the incident file for Garrett's name. The report was thin. Male 34 hired 8 months prior vanished during routine inspection. No body recovered. Section sealed by order of Dixon Reese. There was a photo. Oh, the room tilted. I gripped the desk. That face. Those hands. The way his shoulders hunched slightly forward like mine did after a long shift. Garrett Finley looked exactly like me, not similar, not close. Identical. My pulse hammered in my ears. 3 sharp knocks rattled the trailer door. I flinched, nearly knocking over cold coffee from yesterday. Blake, Kareen's voice, but wrong, tight with fear. I opened the door. She stood in morning mist, arms wrapped around herself despite the humidity. Her eyes locked on mine, searched my face. Her mouth opened, closed. "You," she whispered. "You look just like Garrett." The words hung between us like a held breath. Behind her, past 50 yards of wet grass, the cave mouth exhaled its endless cold into the warming air. And from somewhere deep below, I heard footsteps beginning their descent. I didn't wait for the footsteps to reach us. "I have to go," I said, pushing past Kareen toward the trailer door. The cold morning air hit my face, sharp with the smell of wet limestone and something older, something wrong. Behind me, Kareen called my name, but the sound felt muffled, like I was already underwater. My truck sat where I'd parked it 6 months ago, or 8 months ago, depending on whose timeline I believed. The keys shook in my hand as I jammed them into the ignition. Click, click, nothing. I tried again. The engine didn't even turn over. Battery was new. I'd checked it last week. My palms were slick against the steering wheel and I could hear my own breathing, too fast, too shallow in the confined cab. Fine. I'd walk. The access road stretched ahead, familiar gravel crunching under my boots. 20 minutes to the main highway. I'd done it before for exercise, back when I still pretended this job was temporary. The cave mouth yawned to my left as I passed, that constant 50-degree exhale brushing the back of my neck. I didn't look, I walked faster. Pine trees lined the road, their shadows stretching in the early light. I counted my steps. 400, 600. The rhythm calmed me, gave me something to focus on besides the pressure building in my chest. Like I'd forgotten to breathe properly, like the air wasn't reaching deep enough. 800 steps. The trailer appeared ahead. No, that's... I spun around. The road behind me stretched empty, gravel undisturbed except for my own footprints leading back the way I'd come. I'd been walking in a straight line. I'd felt the incline, the slight curve past the equipment shed. Can you lose 20 minutes and end up exactly where you started? I ran this time. Same trees, same shadows. The numbers in my head wouldn't stop. 2 hours, 53 minutes, counting down to something I couldn't name. I'd never started counting, but the knowledge sat in my skull like a stone, cold and absolute. The trailer door hung open. Kareen was gone. The cave pulled, not metaphorically. I felt it in my sternum, a fishhook tug toward that black mouth. My legs moved without permission, carrying me down the wooden steps, past the rusted chain barrier I'd crossed last night. The air grew thick, pressing against my eardrums. Every tunnel branched wrong. I tried the northern passage toward the old echo chamber, but the walls curved, narrowed, and deposited me at the restricted section's dead end. I tried again. Western route toward the formation they called the cathedral. The path twisted back on itself, limestone slick under my boots, and delivered me to the same scratched warning. Same muddy boot prints. Same emergency exit rusted shut. 2 hours, 38 minutes. I pressed my forehead against the cold stone, trying to remember when I'd started counting. The oxygen timer in my head ticked down with mechanical precision, each second dropping like water into an endless well. But I hadn't looked at my watch, hadn't checked the time since. Since when? The counting had always been there, and something in the darkness ahead, past the warning, past the point where my flashlight beam dissolved into nothing, something was waiting for me to run out. The figure ahead wore my jacket. I stopped. Flashlight beam shaking against wet limestone. Same olive canvas. Same frayed cuff on the left sleeve. The back of his head, my head, turned slightly, and I saw the curve of my own ear, the exact angle of my jaw. He moved forward, boots squelching in mud. I couldn't breathe. The cold air pressed into my lungs like stones, mineral-scented and stale, but I forced myself to follow. What else could I do? Stay frozen in the dark? The double reached a junction where 3 tunnels split. He stopped, turned. Oh, God, my face, pale as cave fungus. Mouth moving, shaping words I couldn't hear. His eyes, my eyes, locked onto mine, but there was no recognition. No shock, just terror, raw and endless. His lips kept moving, forming the same silent phrase over and over. Then he pointed deeper into the left tunnel. I tried to speak. What are you? He turned and walked into solid stone, not through a passage, into the wall itself. Gone. My hand reached out, touched the limestone where he'd vanished. Solid, cold, real. Can you imagine what that feels like? Watching yourself disappear into rock. Something echoed from the left tunnel. A voice. My voice. I forced my legs to move. Every step felt wrong, like walking against current. The tunnel sloped downward, narrower now, and the voice grew clearer. Reciting. Blackwater Cave formed approximately 300 million years ago during the Mississippian period. Water dissolved the limestone, creating passages at a rate of, I rounded the corner. There I was again, standing in profile, gesturing to empty air, giving a tour to no one. My mouth moved in perfect sync with the words echoing off stone, but the tone was flat, mechanical, like I'd said them 10,000 times and lost all meaning. Please stay behind the guide at all times. The formations are fragile and, hey, I said. He didn't stop, didn't turn. Hey, louder now. Nothing. He continued the script, turning to face where a tour group should be, smiling at vacant darkness. Further ahead, past his frozen performance, I saw movement. Another figure crouched low. No, not another, me again. This one knelt at the dead end, right arm moving in jerky motions, scratching, metal on stone. The sound scraped through my skull, sharp, rhythmic, desperate. I walked past my touring self. He didn't acknowledge me. I could have touched him, could have shaken his shoulder. But something in my gut told me he was as solid and as empty as the wall that swallowed the first one. The crouching figure kept scratching. I crept closer, saw the words forming under his, under my, under our fingernails bleeding and broken. Tour 340. Emergency exit failed. He was creating the warning I'd already found. I knelt beside him. "Can you hear me?" His hand never stopped, eyes fixed on the stone. Lips pressed tight, I reached out. My fingers passed through his wrist like mist. That's when I understood. They weren't ghosts, they were echoes. Moments trapped in stone, playing forever. And if they were here, still scratching, still giving tour, still pointing the way, then what was I? My hand passed through him like he wasn't there, like I wasn't there. The cold shot up my arm, not from his body but from the stone itself. The limestone felt wrong against my palm, too smooth, too warm, as if it had been touched moments ago by something living. The smell of damp earth filled my lungs, but underneath it, something metallic, copper, blood maybe, or rust. The crouching figure kept scratching. The sound echoed in triplets, each repetition slightly delayed, like my ears couldn't decide which moment to hear. Then I remembered this, not as a memory surfacing, as something happening right now. I was scratching the warning into stone, my fingernails tearing, limestone dust bitter on my tongue. But I was also standing behind myself, watching. And I was somewhere else entirely, shaking Corinne's hand on my first day, her smile tight with something unspoken. 2011, 6 months ago, the same handshake, the same trailer, the same damp cold seeping through my jacket. Can you imagine holding two lives in your head at once? Both real, both true, both ending here in the dark. The tour guide version of me spoke through the walls, his voice, my voice, reciting stalactite formation rates. But the words layered wrong. I heard myself say 10,000 years and 6 months ago, and never all at once, syllables bleeding together like water through limestone. Oh, no, 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 I done this before, not remembered it. Done it, the descent, the voices, the boot prints that matched mine because they were mine, left hours ago, days ago, years ago. Time didn't move right down here, it folded. It looped, it trapped, and that's when I understood what the oxygen countdown really meant. I ran deeper into the tunnel. The limestone pressed close, cold and damp against my shoulders. My flashlight beam jerked wildly, but I didn't need it anymore. I knew where I was going, had always known. The emergency exit waited at the far end, rusted and sealed, the door Garrett clawed at in 2011. The door I clawed at 6 months ago. The door I'm clawing at now. My fingernails scraped metal. Orange rust flaked away, tasting like old blood in the air. The handle wouldn't budge. I threw my weight against it. Nothing. The hinges had fused solid, corroded by time and cave moisture into a single, immovable slab. "Help," my voice cracked. "Someone, please." But you know who was coming, don't you? Behind me, footsteps echoed, not one set, dozens. I turned, flashlight shaking in my grip. They filled the tunnel, all of me. Some wore my jacket from today. Others had clothing I didn't recognize but somehow remembered buying. One was bleeding from a head wound I'd never received. Another clutched a flashlight with a dead battery. They moved in unison, faces slack, mouths opening. When they spoke, my voice layered over itself in impossible harmony. Tour 340. The exit failed. Oxygen remaining. 0 hours. I pressed against the rusted door. My chest should have been burning, lungs screaming. But I breathed normally, easily, the cave air flowing through me like I'd been part of it for years. I couldn't die here. Can you understand that? The loop wouldn't allow it. Death would have been mercy, an ending. This was continuation, eternal repetition. The countdown had always been a lie. One of the figures stepped forward. His face was mine, but older, resigned. He pointed back toward the sealed section, toward the chains and the warning scratched in stone. "You have to go back," he whispered. "Seal it. Forget. Start again." And that's when I understood what Corrine had been trying to tell me the whole time. I wake to morning sun through the trailer window. The light feels warm, normal. 6 months I've been here now, and the routine fits like old skin. I stretch, feet hitting cold linoleum, and shuffle to the coffee pot. The aroma fills the small space, bitter, comforting, real. The schedule sits on the counter, 4 tour today. I scan the list. Tour 340, something flickers in my chest. Unease maybe, but I don't know why. My phone buzzes. Corrine. "Blake," she says, her voice sounds tight. I need to check on you." "I'm fine." I sip coffee. Why wouldn't I be? A pause, long enough that I hear her breathing. You remind me of someone. Be careful today, okay? Don't go wandering after hours." "Corrine, I know you don't remember." Her voice cracks. "Just promise me." She hangs up before I can answer. I stare at the phone. What don't I remember? The coffee tastes wrong suddenly. Too bitter. I set it down and look out the window toward the cave mouth 50 yards away. Cold air seems to drift from it even in daylight, carrying the smell of limestone and standing water. Tonight, I'll hear something. I don't know how I know this, but the certainty sits heavy in my gut. Voices, maybe. Footsteps echoing where no one walks. Tonight, I'll descend. Can you imagine forgetting your own nightmare? Waking clean, only to walk straight back into the dark. The muddy boot prints are already there, waiting in tunnels I haven't entered. The warning is already scratched into stone. My handwriting, though I've never held the tool. Tour 340 has always been scheduled. I've always taken this job. I've always descended.